Have you ever wondered why some nights your thoughts move like restless waves against the shore of your mind, while other nights they settle into the deep stillness of a mountain lake? Tonight, we'll discover together how ancient stories can become the quiet moon that calms even the most turbulent inner waters. There's something magical about the space between waking and sleeping. It's here, in this tender threshold, that your heart becomes most receptive to wisdom. Tonight, you're not alone in seeking peace. Across this vast American landscape, from the redwood forests of California to the gentle hills of Vermont, countless souls are settling into their own quiet corners, searching for the same gift you seek, the art of letting go. The stories you're about to hear aren't just tales from distant lands or ancient times. They're living wisdom planted in American soil, growing in the lives of people just like you. Sarah, the architect from Chicago. David, the teacher from small-town Montana. Emily, the nurse who works night shifts in Philadelphia. Each of them discovered something profound in these simple stories, a way to transform struggle into serenity. You see, there's an invisible thread that connects every person who has ever lain awake at night, mind spinning with worries, regrets, or plans for tomorrow. Buddhist monks recognized this universal human experience centuries ago, and they developed something extraordinary, stories that don't just entertain the mind, but actually heal it. These aren't ordinary bedtime stories. They're medicine for the soul, carefully crafted to speak to the part of you that already knows how to be peaceful. Think of them as keys, each one designed to unlock a different door in the mansion of your inner world. Some keys open the door to acceptance. Others reveal rooms filled with compassion or courage or deep, abiding calm. Tonight, as you settle into whatever space feels most comfortable, whether it's your bedroom, a cozy chair by the window, or even lying beneath the open sky, you're beginning a journey that has been traveled by millions before you. But this journey is uniquely yours. The first gift these stories offer is permission. Permission to stop trying so hard. Permission to let your thoughts be exactly as they are without fighting them. Permission to discover that peace isn't something you have to earn or achieve. It's something you can simply allow. Sarah Martinez learned this lesson on a particularly difficult Tuesday evening in her downtown Chicago apartment. The city hummed with its usual energy outside her window. Sirens, conversations, the rumble of the L train. But inside her mind, the noise was even louder. Work deadlines, relationship concerns, that conversation with her mother that hadn't gone well. She'd tried meditation apps, breathing exercises, even counting backward from 100. Nothing worked. That's when her friend recommended something different. Not another technique to fight her thoughts, but stories that would befriend them instead. That night, Sarah discovered what you're about to discover, that sometimes the most profound healing happens not through effort, but through the gentle art of listening. The stories you'll hear tonight aren't meant to be analyzed or memorized. They're meant to be felt, like warm rain on summer skin. They're designed to sink into you slowly, naturally, without any work on your part. Your only job is to receive them. As we begin this journey together, notice how your body is settling. Feel the surface that supports you, the mattress, the chair, the ground beneath you. This physical support is like the foundation these stories will provide for your spirit. Solid, reliable, asking nothing of you except trust. The Buddhist tradition teaches that every person carries within them what they call Buddha nature, a natural capacity for peace, wisdom, and compassion. You don't need to become someone different to access this. You don't need special training or years of practice. You simply need to remember what you already are beneath all the noise and worry. Think of tonight as a homecoming, not to a place, but to a way of being that's been waiting patiently inside you all along. These stories are like breadcrumbs on the path back to yourself, back to the part of you that knows how to rest, how to trust, how to let go. In the Buddhist understanding, suffering often comes not from life's challenges themselves, but from our relationship to those challenges. The stories you'll hear tonight gently teach new ways of relating to anger, to loss, to uncertainty, to the constant changes that life brings. They offer what the monks call skillful means, practical wisdom disguised as simple tales. David Chen, a high school teacher in Billings, Montana, discovered this during one of the most stressful periods of his career. Budget cuts, overcrowded classrooms, students struggling with problems that seemed too big for their young hearts. He felt like he was drowning in other people's needs while his own peace remained elusive. The first Buddhist story David encountered changed everything. Not immediately. Wisdom rarely works that way, but gradually, like dawn breaking over the Montana landscape, he began to understand that his exhaustion came not just from the work itself, but from his resistance to the work. The story taught him something revolutionary, that acceptance doesn't mean giving up, but rather working from a place of inner calm instead of inner chaos. This is what tonight offers you, not escape from your life, but a new way of being within it. Not answers to all your questions, but peace with the questions themselves. Not the elimination of all problems, but the discovery that you are larger than any problem you might face. The ancient storytellers understood something profound about the human mind. They knew that we learned best not through lectures or lists of instructions, but through narratives that touch our hearts first and then gently inform our understanding. A story about an empty boat teaches us about anger more effectively than any psychological theory. A tale of a wild strawberry shows us presence more clearly than a dozen meditation manuals. As you prepare to receive these gifts, let yourself become like fresh soil, receptive, open, ready to let seeds of wisdom take root in their own time and way. There's no hurry here, no test at the end, no right way to respond. There's only this moment, this breath, this opportunity to let ancient wisdom speak to your modern heart. Emily Rodriguez, working her night shift in a Philadelphia emergency room, learned to carry these stories with her like invisible amulets. Between patients, during her brief breaks, she would recall fragments of the tales, not trying to remember them perfectly, but letting their essence infuse her interactions with suffering people. She discovered that the stories didn't just bring her peace, they made her a more compassionate healer. This is another gift these stories offer. They don't just transform you, they transform how you move through the world. They teach you to see with softer eyes, to respond with a calmer heart, to find unexpected grace in ordinary moments. Tonight, as these stories unfold, you might notice your breathing naturally deepening. You might feel your shoulders releasing tension you didn't know you were carrying. You might discover thoughts becoming less urgent, less demanding of your attention. This isn't something you need to make happen. It's simply what stories like these do. They create space where peace can emerge naturally. The monks who first told these tales weren't trying to convert anyone to their way of thinking. They were simply sharing tools for living with greater ease and wisdom. They understood that truth doesn't belong to any single tradition or culture. It belongs to the human heart, and it speaks every language, adapts to every setting, offers itself freely to anyone ready to receive it. So here, in this moment, on this night, in whatever corner of America you find yourself, you're part of an ancient and ongoing conversation about what it means to be human. You're joining countless others who have sought and found peace through the simple magic of well-told stories. Let yourself sink a little deeper into this moment. Let your expectations soften. Let your mind's agenda fade into the background. The stories that await you know exactly how to find you. They've been waiting patiently, like old friends, ready to offer exactly what you need, exactly when you need it. This is just the beginning. Tonight, before we dive deeper into these healing stories, I want to extend a gentle invitation. If these words are bringing you comfort, consider subscribing to the channel so you don't miss future chapters of this journey toward inner peace. And if you feel moved to do so, share in the comments how you're feeling right now, whether you're carrying worries, seeking rest, or simply curious about where these ancient stories might lead you. There's something beautiful about knowing we're not alone in our search for stillness. Sarah Martinez had been carrying anger for 3 weeks when she first heard the story of the empty boat. 3 weeks since that incident in the grocery store parking lot when someone had backed into her car and driven away without leaving a note. 3 weeks of replaying the scene, imagining confrontations with the faceless driver, feeling her jaw clench every time she saw the small dent in her bumper. She was driving home from work on a rainy Thursday evening. Lake Michigan barely visible through the grey mist when the traffic suddenly slowed to a crawl. A delivery truck had broken down in the right lane, and cars were merging with typical Chicago aggression, cutting each other off, honking, gesturing through rain-streaked windows. Sarah felt the familiar heat rising in her chest as a sleek sedan squeezed in front of her without signaling, forcing her to brake harder than felt safe on the wet road. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tighter. Her mind began its well-rehearsed litany of complaints about inconsiderate drivers, about people who only thought of themselves, about the declining state of common courtesy in the world. But then something unexpected happened. As she sat there in the stopped traffic, her mind wandered to a story her meditation teacher had shared the week before, an ancient Buddhist tale about a man in a boat. Picture this man rowing peacefully down a wide, slow river on a misty morning. The water is calm, reflecting the pale sky like polished silver. He's in no hurry, enjoying the gentle rhythm of his oars, cutting through the water, the soft sound of drops falling from the paddle blades back to the surface. Suddenly, through the mist, he sees another boat heading directly toward him. At first, he's merely alert, adjusting his course slightly to avoid collision. But the other boat continues straight toward him, showing no signs of changing direction. "Hello," he calls out, his voice carrying across the water. "You're heading right for me. The boat keeps coming." His voice rises with urgency. "Turn aside, we're going to collide." Still, the boat maintains its course, now close enough that he can see it clearly through the morning mist. His heart begins to race. His peaceful morning is about to be ruined by some careless, inconsiderate boater who's probably not even paying attention. "Are you sleeping?" he shouts, his voice cracking with frustration and disbelief. "Turn your boat." The inevitable happens. The boats collide with a hollow thud that echoes across the water. Our rower is thrown off balance, his peaceful morning shattered, his boat scraped and damaged. He's ready to unleash 3 years' worth of frustration about inconsiderate people when he looks into the other boat to confront the person who's just ruined his day. The boat is empty. Completely, utterly empty. In that instant, all his anger evaporates like mist in sunlight. The rage that had been building in his chest, the righteous indignation, the personal offense, all of it dissolves into something close to laughter. How can you stay angry at an empty boat? How can you take personal offense at a piece of driftwood that happened to float into your path? Sarah sat in her car, rain pattering against the windshield, and felt something shift inside her chest. The sedan that had cut her off, she looked at it now with different eyes. She couldn't see the driver through the tinted windows, couldn't know their story, their urgency, their state of mind. For all she knew, they were rushing to the hospital to see a loved one. Or maybe they were just distracted, overwhelmed, having the kind of day when your mind is anywhere but on perfect driving etiquette. Maybe, she thought, most of the things that anger us are just empty boats. The Buddha taught his followers that we are not punished by our anger, but by our anger. Sarah was beginning to understand what this meant in the most practical way. For 3 weeks, she had been carrying the weight of that parking lot incident, letting it steal her peace multiple times each day. The person who had hit her car had driven away and never thought about it again, while she had been punishing herself with resentment. Traffic began to move again, and as Sarah pressed gently on the accelerator, she made a decision. Every time she felt anger rising at drivers, at co-workers, at politicians on the news, at anyone or anything, she would ask herself the question that was already becoming a whisper of freedom: is there really someone in this boat, or is it just empty? This is the transformative power of the empty boat teaching. It doesn't ask us to become doormats or to accept truly harmful behavior. It asks us to distinguish between actual malice and the countless small collisions that are simply part of navigating life alongside other imperfect human beings. Michael Thompson learned this lesson in the produce section of a grocery store in Portland, Oregon. A woman with a full cart accidentally bumped into him while reaching for apples, causing him to drop the tomatoes he'd been carefully selecting. His first impulse was irritation. Couldn't she watch where she was going? But then he noticed the tired look in her eyes, the way she was juggling her phone between her ear and shoulder, while trying to manage 2 young children who were asking for everything they saw. "Empty boat," he whispered to himself, and instead of scowling, he found himself helping her gather the apples that had rolled from her bag. She looked up, surprised by the kindness, and in that moment of connection, Michael realized that his small choice to see her as an empty boat had created space for something beautiful, understanding instead of irritation, compassion instead of judgment. This is how the wisdom works, not through grand gestures or dramatic revelations, but through small shifts in perspective that gradually transform how we move through the world. Jennifer Park discovered this during her morning commute in San Francisco when a cyclist cut too close to her car at an intersection. Instead of rolling down her window to shout, she paused and imagined the countless reasons why someone might be riding urgently through the city, late for work, rushing to pick up a sick child, simply trying to survive in a world that often feels overwhelming. "Empty boat," she said softly, and felt her nervous system return to calm. The practice becomes a form of meditation in motion. Each time you catch yourself taking someone else's behavior personally, you have an opportunity to remember the empty boat. Not because people are empty or their actions don't matter, but because most of the time, their behavior has nothing to do with you personally and everything to do with their own struggles, distractions, and human limitations. Roberto Silva, a construction foreman in Houston, began teaching this practice to his crew after a particularly tense week, when everyone seemed to be getting on each other's nerves. "Look," he told them during their lunch break, "we're all trying to do good work here, but we're also all human. When someone snaps at you or makes a mistake, ask yourself, are they really trying to hurt you, or are they just having a rough day? Most of the time, it's an empty boat." The practice spread through the job site like a beneficial virus. Instead of carrying grievances from one day to the next, the workers began catching themselves before anger could take root. The atmosphere shifted from tension to something approaching compassion. Not because everyone became perfect, but because they learned to see each other's imperfections with softer eyes. This is perhaps the most practical magic of Buddhist wisdom. It doesn't require you to retreat from the world or spend hours in meditation. It offers tools for transformation that work in traffic jams and grocery stores, in offices and family dinners, anywhere human beings encounter the inevitable friction of living together. Dr. Lisa Chang, an emergency room physician in Seattle, carries the empty boat teaching with her through every shift. When families are angry about wait times, when patients are hostile due to pain and fear, when insurance companies deny coverage that she knows is needed, she has learned to see these frustrations as empty boats bumping against her own vessel, rather than personal attacks on her competence or character. "It doesn't mean I become passive," she explains to her residents. "I still advocate for my patients, still work to solve problems, but I don't carry the anger home with me anymore. I don't take other people's suffering and add my own resentment to it." As you lie here tonight, letting these words settle into your consciousness, you might notice places in your own life where you've been carrying anger at empty boats. That driver who cut you off last Tuesday, the colleague who didn't respond to your email with the enthusiasm you expected, the neighbor whose dog barks too early in the morning, the politician whose views seem incomprehensible to you. What if, instead of carrying these irritations like stones in your pockets, you could simply let them float away? What if you could see most of the friction in your life not as personal affronts, but as the natural result of billions of people trying to navigate their own challenges, often clumsily, often unconsciously, but rarely with the intention to harm? Tonight, as your mind begins to quiet and your body sinks deeper into rest, you can practice the art of letting go. Each time a memory of frustration surfaces, each time your mind wants to rehearse an old argument or plan a future confrontation, you can whisper to yourself the words that have brought peace to countless hearts: "Empty boat." And in that whisper, you might discover something remarkable, that beneath all the anger and irritation and taking things personally, there's a vast space of peace that was there all along, patient and unchanged, like the deep, still water beneath the surface waves. This peace doesn't depend on other people behaving perfectly. It doesn't require the world to accommodate your preferences. It's simply there, like your breath, like your heartbeat, like the quiet awareness that notices your thoughts without being swept away by them. In this space of recognition, something beautiful begins to happen. The energy you once spent on resentment becomes available for creativity, for love, for the simple joy of being present in your own life. You find yourself more curious about others' struggles instead of offended by their imperfections. You discover reserves of patience you didn't know you possessed. Sarah Martinez still drives the same congested routes through Chicago, but now she carries invisible treasures with her, the wisdom of the empty boat, the freedom that comes from not taking everything personally, the spaciousness that opens when you stop fighting with reality and start dancing with it instead. Tomorrow, when life offers you its inevitable small collisions and frustrations, you'll have a choice. You can grip the steering wheel of your mind and prepare for battle with every empty boat that drifts across your path. Or you can breathe, remember this ancient wisdom, and let the boats float by while you continue toward whatever destination truly matters to your heart. The river is wide, and there's room for all of us. Marcus Williams had been working construction on the same downtown Seattle high-rise for 6 months when the accident happened. It was a Tuesday morning in October, the kind of day when the Pacific Northwest sky hangs low and grey, promising rain but never quite delivering. He was operating a crane, lifting steel beams to the 14th floor, when something went wrong with the hydraulics. The beam swung wild, striking the scaffolding where his crew was working. Marcus watched in horror as his friend Jake fell, landing hard on the concrete below. In the ambulance, racing through morning traffic toward Harborview Medical Center, Marcus held Jake's hand and felt his world collapsing into a single, terrible moment that would divide his life into before and after. At the hospital, waiting through those endless hours of surgery, Marcus discovered something about fear that he'd never understood before. It wasn't just worry about Jake's condition, though that was overwhelming enough. It was the way his mind kept spinning into the future, imagining lawsuits, lost jobs, a lifetime of guilt, Jake never walking again, Jake's family blaming him, his own family struggling if he lost his income. Each thought spawned 10 more, and soon he was drowning in a sea of possibilities that might never come to pass. That's when Dr. Patricia Reeves, a chaplain who'd been working the hospital halls for 20 years, sat down beside him in that sterile waiting room and shared a story that would change how Marcus understood the difference between fear and suffering. "There was once a monk," she said in her gentle voice, made soft by years of comforting the worried and the grieving, who was walking through a forest when he heard a terrible roar behind him. He turned to see a hungry tiger stalking him with predatory intent. Marcus looked up from his hands, grateful for anything that might quiet the chaos in his mind. The monk began to run, but the tiger was faster and gaining ground. Soon he found himself at the edge of a cliff with nowhere to go. The tiger above, certain death below. But there, growing from the cliff face, was a wild vine. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and swung himself over the edge. Dr. Reeves paused, checking to see if Marcus was following the story. His eyes were focused on her now, pulled away from his spiral of worry. So there he hangs, suspended between two tigers, the one above him and another that has appeared at the bottom of the cliff, waiting patiently for him to fall. The vine is his only support, but as he looks up, he sees two mice, one white and one black, gnawing steadily at the vine that holds his life. Marcus found himself leaning forward, despite everything. What does he do? Well, Doctor. Reeves smiled. He notices that growing right there within his reach is a single wild strawberry. And do you know what he does? Marcus shook his head. He picks it and he eats it, and he finds it absolutely delicious. They sat in silence for a moment, the hospital sounds fading into background, the soft beeping of monitors, the whispered conversations of nurses, the distant hum of machines keeping hope alive. I don't understand, Marcus said finally. The monk couldn't control the tigers, Dr. Reeves explained. He couldn't stop the mice from gnawing at the vine. He couldn't change his predicament, but he could choose what to do with that one moment. He could taste the strawberry. As she spoke, Marcus became aware of sensations he'd been ignoring in his panic. The warmth of the coffee cup in his hands, the softness of the waiting room chair against his back, the sound of Dr. Reeves' voice, steady and kind, the way the afternoon light was beginning to slant through the hospital windows, painting golden rectangles on the linoleum floor. For the first time in hours, he took a full breath. This is the profound teaching hidden in the story of the shrubbery. It's not about ignoring danger or pretending everything is fine when it isn't. It's about recognizing that even in our most frightening moments, there is always something present that can anchor us to now, instead of letting us drown in the ocean of what might happen. Lisa Chen learned this lesson during her divorce proceedings in San Francisco, when lawyers' letters felt like daily attacks and the future looked like a landscape of financial ruin and custody battles. She was walking through Golden Gate Park one morning, her mind churning with anxiety, when she noticed a child feeding breadcrumbs to ducks by the pond. The child was completely absorbed in the task, laughing with delight each time a duck waddled closer. For a moment, Lisa forgot about property division and alimony calculations. She simply watched this small person find joy in such a simple act. The strawberry, she realized later, wasn't always dramatic. Sometimes it was just the sound of a child's laughter on an ordinary Tuesday morning. The teaching isn't about denying problems or pretending difficulties don't exist. Jake did need surgery. Lisa's divorce was genuinely complicated and painful. The monk really was in mortal danger. But suffering multiplies when we leave the present moment and live entirely in the story our minds create about what these difficulties mean for our future. Thomas Martinez discovered this while caring for his father with Alzheimer's in Phoenix. The diagnosis had felt like a death sentence, not just for his father, but for their whole family. Thomas spent months researching treatments, reading about the progression of the disease, imagining all the losses that lay ahead. He was grieving not just what was happening, but everything he imagined would happen. Then, one evening, as he sat with his father on the back porch watching the desert sunset, his father turned to him with the clearest eyes Thomas had seen in months and said, "Look at that sky, mijo. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful?" The sky was indeed spectacular. Layers of orange and pink and deep purple stretching across the Arizona horizon. And in that moment, Thomas realized he'd been so focused on his father's failing memory that he'd forgotten his father was still here, still capable of wonder, still able to find beauty in the world. That sunset became Thomas's strawberry, not because it solved anything or changed the diagnosis, but because it reminded him that even in the midst of loss, there are moments of pure grace available if we can stay present enough to receive them. The Buddhist understanding is that life contains both suffering and joy, often simultaneously. The art is learning to fully experience both without letting either consume us entirely. When we're suffering, we don't need to pretend to be happy, but we can learn to notice what else is present alongside the pain. Rebecca Foster learned this during her cancer treatment in Portland. The chemotherapy was brutal, leaving her exhausted and nauseous for days after each session. But she discovered that even on her worst days, there were strawberries to be found. The way morning light fell across her bedroom floor, the sound of her neighbor's wind chimes on the breeze, the texture of her cat's fur under her fingertips, the taste of the one food that didn't make her sick, vanilla ice cream eaten slowly with a small spoon. These weren't consolation prizes or attempts to put a positive spin on a difficult situation. They were simply acknowledgments that life is always more complex and textured than our problems, no matter how serious those problems might be. Dr. James Wright, an oncologist at Johns Hopkins, has watched thousands of patients navigate life-threatening illnesses. He's noticed that those who fare best psychologically aren't necessarily those with the best prognoses. They're the ones who somehow learn to live fully in the space between hope and acceptance, finding meaning and even joy in the midst of uncertainty. I had a patient, he remembers, a woman in her 70s with advanced lung cancer. She spent her final months not focused on dying, but on teaching her granddaughter to knit. Every session, she'd show me pictures of their latest project. Her strawberry was the feel of yarn in her fingers and the concentration on her granddaughter's face as she learned each new stitch. This is perhaps the most radical aspect of the strawberry teaching. It suggests that we don't have to wait for our problems to be solved to experience life fully. We don't have to postpone joy until everything is perfect. We can learn to find moments of presence and even sweetness right in the middle of our most challenging circumstances. Amanda Brooks discovered this during her unemployment stretch in Denver. She'd been laid off from her marketing job and was facing the possibility of losing her apartment. The job search felt endless, each rejection letter another step toward an uncertain future. But one morning, walking through her neighborhood because she couldn't afford gas for her car, she noticed something she'd never seen before despite living there for 3 years. There was a community garden tucked between two houses, and an elderly man was working among the tomato plants. He looked up as she passed and smiled, offering her a handful of cherry tomatoes still warm from the sun. They were perfectly ripe, sweet and acidic, and alive with flavor. As she ate them standing there in the morning sunshine, Amanda realized this was the first time in weeks she'd been fully present instead of lost in worry about the future. That moment became a turning point, not because it solved her employment situation, but because it reminded her that her life was larger than her problems. She began taking daily walks, not as exercise or job hunting strategy, but as strawberry practice, deliberate attention to what was beautiful and available in the present moment. The monks who first told this story understood something profound about human psychology. They knew that we suffer not just from our actual circumstances, but from our relationship to those circumstances. We multiply pain by living it over and over in our minds, by imagining all the ways it might get worse, by fighting against what is instead of working skillfully with what is. But they also knew that we have a choice in each moment. We can feed the tigers of worry and regret, or we can taste the strawberry of now. We can be consumed by our mental projections about the future, or we can find our footing in the only place where life actually exists. This breath, this heartbeat, this moment of awareness that is always available, no matter what storms might be raging around us. Carlos Mendoza learned this lesson while serving in Afghanistan. Far from his family in New Mexico, surrounded by the constant stress of deployment, he discovered that homesickness and fear could either consume him or teach him to treasure small moments of connection. Letters from home became strawberries, the taste of coffee in the morning, the sound of his battle buddies' laughter, the sight of stars in the desert sky, the same stars his daughter might be looking at from her bedroom window half a world away. Tonight, as you rest here in the safety of your own space, you might consider what strawberries are available to you right now, not as a way to avoid thinking about genuine concerns in your life, but as a practice of remembering that you are always more than your problems. Your life is always richer than your difficulties, and peace is always possible in the present moment. Feel the surface that supports your body. Notice the rhythm of your breathing. Listen to the sounds around you, perhaps the hum of appliances, the distant murmur of traffic, the settling sounds of the building that shelters you. These aren't distractions from your real life. They are your real life, as real as any worry or plan or memory. The strawberry is always within reach, but only when we stop climbing toward the future or fleeing from the past long enough to notice what is here, what is now, what is actually available to be experienced in this irreplaceable moment. In the end, Marcus's friend Jake did recover from his injuries, but not completely. He walks with a limp now and had to find different work. Marcus learned to carry both realities, the ongoing consequences of that terrible day and the daily opportunities for gratitude and presence that arose from it. He learned that life is both precarious and precious, both frightening and beautiful, and that acknowledging one doesn't require denying the other. This is the wisdom of the strawberry, not escape from reality, but full engagement with reality as it actually is, tigers and all. Dr. Emily Rodriguez had been working in the pediatric ward of Philadelphia General Hospital for 8 years when she met 7-year-old Tyler and learned the difference between pain and suffering in the most visceral way possible. Tyler had been brought in after a bicycle accident, road rash covering most of his left side, a broken wrist, and the kind of cuts and bruises that make parents weep and children cry. But what struck Emily wasn't Tyler's injuries, it was his response to them. As she cleaned his wounds, a process she knew was genuinely painful, Tyler winced and tears rolled down his cheeks, but he didn't fight the treatment. He didn't thrash or scream or beg her to stop. He seemed to understand, even at 7, that the pain was temporary and necessary. "This hurts," he told her matter-of-factly between gasps. but it's helping me get better. His mother, however, was a different story. She paced the room, her hands clenched into fists, muttering things like "this never should have happened, and I told him not to ride in the street, and what if he has scars? And what kind of mother lets this happen?" Her anguish filled the room like smoke, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Emily realized she was witnessing something the Buddha had taught about 25 centuries earlier: the difference between the first arrow and the second arrow. Tyler was experiencing the first arrow, the unavoidable pain of his injuries. His mother was being pierced by both the first arrow of seeing her child hurt and the second arrow of her thoughts about that pain. The Buddha taught that life shoots 2 arrows at us. The first arrow is the pain that simply comes with being human: illness, loss, disappointment, aging, death. These experiences are woven into the fabric of existence. We cannot avoid them entirely, no matter how carefully we live or how much we try to protect ourselves and those we love. But the second arrow, the Buddha explained, is optional. It's the suffering we create with our thoughts about the pain, the stories we tell ourselves about what the pain means, the judgments we make about whether it should be happening, the ways we mentally fight against reality instead of responding to it with wisdom and skill. Jennifer Park learned this distinction during her divorce in San Francisco, when she discovered that her grief over the end of her marriage was bearable, but her anger at herself for failing was consuming her alive. She would lie awake at night, not just missing her ex-husband, which was natural and expected, but torturing herself with questions that had no answers. How could I have been so stupid? Why didn't I see this coming? What's wrong with me that I can't make a relationship work? The missing was the first arrow, the natural human response to losing someone important. The self-blame and catastrophic thinking about her future was the second arrow, and it was causing far more suffering than the divorce itself. At her therapist's suggestion, Jennifer began practicing a simple but revolutionary technique. Whenever she noticed herself being hit by the second arrow, she would pause and say to herself, "This is hard enough," without making it harder. Then she would breathe and try to return her attention to what was actually happening in the present moment, rather than the stories her mind was spinning about what it all meant. The practice didn't eliminate her sadness about the divorce. That was appropriate grief that needed to be felt and honored. But it gradually freed her from the additional layers of suffering she had been piling on top of the natural pain. Michael Santos discovered this wisdom while caring for his mother through her final illness in Tucson. The cancer was relentless, and watching her decline was genuinely heartbreaking, a first arrow that pierced him daily. But he realized he was multiplying his suffering with constant mental arguments with reality. "She's too young for this. This isn't fair. Good people shouldn't have to suffer like this. I should be able to do more to help her." Each of these thoughts was understandable and came from love, but they were second arrows that made an already difficult situation almost unbearable. Michael learned to recognize when his mind was shooting these additional arrows and to gently redirect his attention to what was actually needed in each moment. Holding his mother's hand, helping her eat when she had appetite, reading to her when she couldn't sleep, being present for the love that remained possible even as the loss was inevitable. This shift didn't make his mother's death any less sad, but it freed him to be more fully present for the time they had left together. Instead of exhausting himself fighting against the reality of her condition. He could put his energy into making her as comfortable and loved as possible. The teaching of the two arrows isn't about becoming emotionally numb or pretending that genuinely difficult things aren't difficult. It's about learning to respond to life's inevitable challenges with wisdom rather than reactivity, with acceptance rather than resistance, with presence rather than the kind of mental time travel that keeps us stuck in regret about the past or fear about the future. Dr. Sarah Kim, a trauma surgeon in Los Angeles, sees this principle played out daily in her work. She's noticed that patients who heal best emotionally aren't necessarily those with the least severe injuries. They're the ones who somehow learn to work with their circumstances rather than against them. I had a patient, she remembers, a young woman who lost her leg in a motorcycle accident. For weeks, she was consumed not just by the physical pain and the genuine grief of losing a limb, but by rage at the drunk driver who hit her, fury at the unfairness of it all, terror about her future. The first arrow was bad enough. Losing a leg is genuinely traumatic, but the second arrows were destroying her spirit. The turning point came when a volunteer who was also an amputee visited her room. He didn't minimize her loss or try to cheer her up, Dr. Kim recalls. He just said, "This is hard enough," without making it harder. Then he showed her his prosthetic and talked about the life he'd built since his accident. Not perfect, not the life he'd originally planned, but meaningful and full of love. The patient began to understand the difference between grieving her loss, which was necessary and healthy, and punishing herself with thoughts about how her life was ruined, which was optional and destructive. She learned to say to herself, "Yes, this is painful, and no, I don't have to make it worse by fighting with reality." This is perhaps the most practical magic of Buddhist wisdom. It doesn't eliminate life's difficulties, but it offers tools for relating to those difficulties in ways that don't compound the suffering. It teaches us to be present with pain without drowning in the stories we tell ourselves about that pain. Robert Chen learned this during his father's long battle with Alzheimer's disease in Seattle. Watching his brilliant, articulate father gradually lose language and memory was genuinely heartbreaking, a series of first arrows that struck daily as the disease progressed. But Robert realized he was making the situation unbearable by constantly fighting against what was happening. "This isn't my real father anymore," he would think. He would hate being seen like this. "I'm losing him piece by piece, and there's nothing I can do." These thoughts, while understandable, were second arrows that kept him from being present for the moments of connection that were still possible. With help from a support group for families dealing with dementia, Robert learned to practice radical acceptance. Not acceptance that meant giving up or not seeking the best possible care for his father, but acceptance that meant working skillfully with the reality they were facing rather than exhausting himself in mental battles with the disease. This shift allowed him to notice things he'd been missing while he was consumed with grief about what was being lost. His father might not remember his name, but he still responded to music from his youth. He might not be able to carry on conversations, but he could still express joy when his granddaughter visited. He might be losing many capacities, but he was still capable of receiving love. The first arrow of watching dementia progress was still painful, but Robert stopped shooting himself with the second arrows of resistance, and found that he could be more present for whatever remained possible in their relationship. This teaching applies to much smaller daily difficulties as well. Lisa Patel discovered this during a particularly stressful period at her job in Austin. When her company was going through layoffs and everyone was working longer hours while wondering if they'd be next to lose their position. The uncertainty and increased workload were genuine stressors, first arrows that were affecting everyone in the office. But Lisa noticed she was multiplying her suffering by spending most of her mental energy on thoughts like, "This is so unfair and I can't handle this stress. And what if I lose my job and can't pay my mortgage?" She began practicing what she called first arrow awareness. When she noticed stress arising, she would pause and ask herself, "Is this a first arrow or a second arrow?" If it was a first arrow, the actual demands of her increased workload, she would focus on responding skillfully, perhaps by prioritizing tasks or asking for help when needed. If it was a second arrow, her mental commentary about how awful the situation was, she would gently redirect her attention to what was actually required in the present moment. This practice didn't make her job situation less challenging, but it freed up mental energy that had been trapped in resistance and made it available for problem solving and staying present with her actual work. The Buddha's teaching about the two arrows offers a kind of emotional aikido, a way of working with life's difficulties that doesn't amplify them unnecessarily. It suggests that while we cannot control what happens to us, we always have some choice about how we relate to what happens to us. Tonight, as you rest here and let these words settle into your consciousness, you might consider the first and second arrows in your own life. What are the genuine difficulties you're currently facing? The unavoidable first arrows that come with being human in a complex world? And what are the ways your mind might be shooting second arrows, thoughts that make those difficulties harder to bear than they need to be? The practice isn't about judging yourself for having second arrow thoughts. They're incredibly common and understandable. It's about developing the awareness to recognize them and the gentleness to redirect your attention when you notice you're making a difficult situation worse with your thinking about it. Maria Gonzalez learned this while going through cancer treatment in Denver. The chemotherapy and radiation were genuinely difficult. First arrows that she couldn't avoid if she wanted to fight the disease. But she realized she was exhausting herself with second arrow thoughts. "I'm a burden to my family. I'll never feel healthy again. This isn't how I pictured my 50s. With help from a counselor who specialized in working with cancer patients, Maria learned to practice what she called gentle separation. When she noticed second arrow thoughts arising, she would acknowledge them without judgment. "I'm having the thought that I'm a burden," and then gently return her attention to what was actually happening in the present moment. The taste of the tea her daughter brought her, the feeling of sunlight through the hospital window, the sound of her husband's voice reading to her. This practice didn't make the cancer treatment pleasant, but it made it bearable. It freed her to put her limited energy into healing rather than into fighting mental battles with her circumstances. As you prepare for sleep tonight, you can practice this gentle awareness yourself. When worries or regrets arise, you can ask yourself, "Is this a first arrow or a second arrow?" If it's a first arrow, a genuine concern that requires attention, you can make a mental note to address it tomorrow when you're rested and clear-minded. If it's a second arrow, your mind's commentary about how things should be different. You can acknowledge the thought with kindness and then let it float away like a cloud across the sky of your awareness. The deepest teaching of the two arrows is that you don't have to be at war with your own life. You can learn to meet difficulties with presence rather than resistance, with wisdom rather than reactivity, with the kind of inner spaciousness that allows you to respond skillfully to whatever arises. This doesn't mean becoming passive or accepting harmful situations that can be changed. It means learning to distinguish between what can be influenced and what must be accepted, between responding and reacting, between the pain that life brings and the suffering we add to that pain with our thinking. In this understanding, even the most challenging circumstances become workable. Not easy, not pleasant, but workable. And in that workability, there's a kind of freedom, the freedom that comes from no longer being at war with reality, no longer exhausting yourself fighting battles that can't be won, no longer shooting second arrows at yourself when life has already provided enough first arrows to work with. Tonight, let yourself rest in this wisdom. Let your mind settle like sediment in still water. Let your thoughts slow and soften. And if difficulties arise in your awareness, practice meeting them with the gentleness you would offer a good friend, acknowledging what's genuinely challenging without adding unnecessary suffering to the mix. This is enough. You are enough. And whatever first arrows tomorrow might bring, you now have the wisdom to recognize the second arrows and the freedom to choose not to pick them up. Margaret Foster had been staring at her son's empty bedroom for 3 weeks. When her sister finally convinced her to join a grief support group at the community center in Springfield, Missouri. David had been 22 when the accident happened, a late-night collision with a drunk driver on Highway 65. 3 weeks of people saying, "I'm sorry for your loss and he's in a better place now, and time heals all wounds." 3 weeks of feeling like she was drowning in a grief so vast and isolating that she wondered if anyone in the world could possibly understand. The grief counselor, Mrs. Patterson, was a gentlewoman in her 60s who had been leading these groups for 15 years. On Margaret's first night, she shared a story that had been told for over 2 millennia, about a mother named Kisa Gautami who lived in ancient India and whose desperate love for her child led her to one of the most profound teachings about loss ever offered to the human heart. Kisa Gautami had a baby boy. Mrs. Patterson began, her voice soft but steady in the circle of folding chairs. Like all mothers, she loved him with the fierce, protective love that would move mountains if it could. But when the child was barely old enough to walk, he became ill and died in her arms. Margaret felt her chest tighten. Even in a story from long ago and far away, the death of a child felt too close to real. Kisa Gautami refused to accept what had happened. She carried her dead child from house to house throughout her village, begging for medicine that would bring him back to life. The villagers whispered among themselves. Grief had driven the poor woman mad. No medicine could help a child who was already gone. But Mrs. Patterson continued. Finally, someone told her about the Buddha, a wise teacher who was said to have great compassion and power. Clutching her child, she found him and fell at his feet. "Please," she begged, "bring my son back to life. I know you have the power to heal him." Margaret found herself leaning forward, drawn into this ancient story of a mother's desperation that felt as immediate as her own. The Buddha looked at Kisargotami with infinite gentleness. "I will help you," he said. "But first you must bring me a single white mustard seed from a household where no one has ever died." A simple request. Mustard seeds were common, found in every kitchen. Kisargotami felt hope rising in her chest for the first time since her son's death. She left her child with the Buddha and began going door to door throughout the city. The first house she visited was that of a wealthy merchant. "Of course," the woman said when Kisargotami explained what she needed. "I have plenty of mustard seeds." But when Kisargotami asked if anyone in the household had ever died, the woman's face fell. "Oh yes," she said quietly. "My husband died 2 years ago, my mother-in-law the year before that." Kisargotami moved to the next house, a young family with children playing in the yard. Surely death had not visited here. But when she asked her question, the father shook his head sadly. "My brother died in the war. My wife's parents both passed last winter." House after house, the pattern repeated. Everyone had mustard seeds. No one had been spared the touch of death. The wealthy and the poor, the young and the old. Families with many children and couples with none. All had stories of loss. All carried the weight of having loved someone who was no longer alive. As the sun began to set, Kisargotami sat down by the roadside and understood what the Buddha had been teaching her. She was not alone in her grief. She was not being singled out for punishment by an uncaring universe. Death was not a cruel exception in her life. It was part of the human condition that connected her to every person she had met that day, to every person who had ever lived. When she returned to the Buddha, she no longer carried her dead child. She had finally been able to let his body be cremated, not because she loved him less, but because she understood that holding on to his physical form was not the way to honor their connection. "I understand now," she told the Buddha through her tears. "There is no house where death has never come. My pain is not unique. It is the price we pay for love, in a world where everything that begins must also end." Mrs. Patterson let the story settle in the quiet room before speaking again. Kisargotami's journey teaches us something profound about grief. The deepest healing doesn't come from having our pain taken away. It comes from understanding that our pain connects us to the universal human experience of loving and losing. Margaret felt something shift in her chest, not relief exactly, but a subtle loosening of the isolation that had wrapped around her grief like a heavy blanket. She looked around the circle and really saw the other faces for the first time. A man who'd lost his wife to cancer. A woman whose teenage daughter had died in an overdose. An elderly couple who'd buried their adult son in Iraq. Each face reflected her own heartbreak back to her, and somehow that reflection made her feel less alone than she had in weeks. This is the profound wisdom hidden in Kisargotami's story. Grief is not a problem to be solved or a condition to be cured. It's the natural response of a heart that has loved deeply in a world where loss is inevitable. The question isn't how to avoid grief. That would require avoiding love, which would be a kind of death itself. The question is how to carry grief in a way that honors both our love and our humanity. James Patterson learned this while settling his father's affairs in Portland, Oregon. His dad had been a contractor who'd built half the houses in their neighborhood. A man whose hands were never idle and whose workshop was filled with tools that would never be used again. James found himself overwhelmed not just by sadness, but by the practical reality of sorting through a lifetime of possessions. What am I supposed to do with 40 years' worth of wood screws? He asked his wife one evening, holding up a coffee can filled with hardware his father had saved from every project. It seemed impossible to throw them away, but equally impossible to keep everything that had mattered to the man who was gone. It was his neighbor, Mrs. Chen, who offered him perspective. She'd emigrated from China as a young woman and had lost parents, siblings, and friends to war, famine, and the simple passage of time. "Loss is the rent we pay for love," she told James as they stood in his father's workshop. "Your father knew this. He loved his work, his tools, his family. The sadness you feel, that's proof of how rich his love was." She helped James understand that letting go of his father's possessions wasn't a betrayal of their relationship. It was an acknowledgement that love doesn't live in objects, but in the heart that remembers. They kept a few special tools, donated others to young tradespeople who could use them, and recycled the rest. The workshop was cleared, but James's memories of learning carpentry at his father's side remained vivid and precious. This understanding of grief as the price and proof of love transforms how we relate to loss. Instead of fighting against the pain as if it were an enemy, we can learn to honor it as evidence of what mattered most. Instead of trying to get over grief as quickly as possible, we can allow it to teach us about the preciousness of what we've been given. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, who runs a hospice program in Miami, sees this transformation regularly in her work with families. The people who navigate loss best, she observes, aren't those who feel less pain. They're the ones who learn to see their grief as a form of love that continues even after the person is gone. She remembers working with the Santos family when their grandmother was dying. The whole family was gathering from across the country, and there was tension about how to handle the situation. Some wanted to focus on staying positive and not talking about death. Others felt they needed to process their fear and sadness openly. I shared Kisagotami's story with them, Dr. Rodriguez recalls, and something shifted. They realized that their grief wasn't a failure of faith or strength. It was a testament to how much their grandmother meant to them. Once they stopped fighting their sadness, they could be present for the love that was still possible in her final days. The family spent those last weeks sharing stories, playing their grandmother's favorite music, and letting themselves feel the full spectrum of emotions that comes with saying goodbye to someone irreplaceable. When she died, their grief was deep but not bitter. It was the natural conclusion of a life lived in connection with others. This is what Kisagotami discovered in her journey from house to house, that accepting the universality of loss doesn't diminish the uniqueness of what we've lost. David Foster was still Margaret's irreplaceable son. The grief she felt for him was still specifically hers, shaped by their particular relationship and all the dreams that died with him. But understanding that every parent in that grief support group carried a similar wound made her feel part of the human family rather than isolated in her pain. Lisa Chang learned this lesson when her marriage ended after 23 years. The divorce wasn't bitter, but it was devastating in its own quiet way, the death of dreams they'd shared, routines they'd built together, a future they'd planned that would now never unfold. For months, she felt like she was the only person who had ever experienced this particular kind of loss. Then she began noticing divorce stories everywhere. Her hairdresser had been through it. Her neighbor, the checkout clerk at the grocery store, even her own mother, who had never talked much about her first marriage before meeting Lisa's father. Each conversation revealed not just the common experience of relationships ending, but the resilience and wisdom that people developed in the process of rebuilding their lives. I realized, Lisa reflects, that divorce, like death, is one of those experiences that makes you a member of a club you never wanted to join. But once you're in it, you discover this incredible network of people who understand in ways that others simply can't. This understanding doesn't make loss easier, but it makes it more bearable. It places our individual experiences of grief within the larger context of what it means to be human, to love imperfect people in an impermanent world, to build connections that matter precisely because they can't last forever. Michael Torres discovered this while cleaning out his mother's apartment in San Antonio after she died of COVID-19. He'd been unable to visit her in the hospital, unable to say goodbye in person, unable to have the funeral they'd all imagined. The pandemic had added layers of complication and isolation to an already difficult loss. But as he sorted through her photographs and letters, he found evidence of all the other losses she'd carried throughout her life. Pictures of her parents who'd died when she was young, letters from friends who'd passed away over the years, even a small box of sympathy cards from when her first husband, Michael's father, had died in Vietnam before Michael was born. She had been practicing for this her whole life, Michael realized. Not practicing to die, but practicing to love fully, even knowing that everything she loved would eventually be lost. And somehow, knowing that, she still chose to love. This insight transformed Michael's grief from something that felt like punishment into something that felt like inheritance. His mother had left him not just her possessions, but her example of how to love deeply in the face of impermanence. Her grief had taught her compassion, and now her death was teaching him the same lesson. The Buddha's teaching to Kisa Gautami wasn't meant to minimize her loss or convince her that it didn't matter. It was meant to place her grief within the larger story of human experience, to help her understand that her pain connected her to others rather than separating her from them. Tonight, as you rest in the quiet safety of this moment, you might consider the losses you've carried and how they've shaped your capacity for love. Not because dwelling on grief is helpful, but because understanding grief as universal can free us from the additional suffering of feeling uniquely abandoned by life. If you've lost someone important, your grief is both deeply personal and widely shared. If you haven't yet experienced major loss, these stories can help prepare your heart for what is inevitably part of every human life, not to make you morbid or fearful, but to help you appreciate more fully what you have while you have it. The deepest wisdom of Kisa Gautami's story is that accepting impermanence doesn't diminish love, it deepens it. When we truly understand that nothing lasts forever, we can love more fully in the present moment. When we accept that everyone we love will someday die, we can appreciate them more completely while they're alive. Patricia Williams learned this after surviving a heart attack at 55. The experience made her acutely aware of her own mortality and the fragility of everyone she loved. But instead of making her afraid, this awareness made her more present. She began really listening when her teenage daughter talked about school drama. She started calling her elderly parents more often, not because she felt obligated, but because she understood how precious and temporary their conversations were. The heart attack was terrifying, she says, but it also woke me up to how much love was available in ordinary moments that I'd been rushing past because I thought they would always be there. This is the gift that understanding impermanence offers, not despair about what we'll lose, but deeper appreciation for what we have. Not anxiety about future grief, but fuller presence for current love. Not fear of death, but gratitude for life. As you prepare for sleep tonight, you can practice this gentle awareness yourself. Consider the people you love, the relationships that matter to you, the simple daily connections that you might take for granted. Not to make yourself sad about their inevitable ending, but to let that ending give weight and preciousness to the present moment. Tomorrow, when you interact with people you care about, you can carry with you the wisdom of Kissagatami, that love and loss are inseparable, that grief is the price we pay for connection, and that understanding this doesn't make love less valuable but infinitely more so. In this understanding, every conversation becomes a gift. Every shared meal, every phone call, every ordinary Tuesday afternoon becomes an irreplaceable moment in the brief, beautiful story of loving and being loved by other impermanent beings in an impermanent world. This isn't morbid thinking. It's the most life-affirming realization possible. When we truly accept that nothing lasts forever, we can finally stop waiting for someday and start fully inhabiting today. The mustard seed that Kissagatami never found teaches us that some searches are meant not to succeed, but to transform the seeker. In looking for a household untouched by death, she discovered that death touches every household, and that this shared vulnerability is not humanity's weakness, but the very foundation of our capacity for compassion. Tonight, rest in this understanding. Let it settle into your bones like deep nourishment. You are part of an ancient lineage of humans who have loved and lost, grieved and healed, carried sorrow and still found reasons to keep opening their hearts to new connections. This is not your burden alone. It is the human condition, as natural as breathing, as universal as sunrise. And in that universality, there is not loneliness, but the deepest possible form of belonging. Frank Thompson had been farming the same 200 acres outside Lawrence, Kansas for 37 years when the tornado took his prize stallion. The horse had been his pride, a magnificent animal named Thunder that he'd trained from a colt, worth more than most people made in a year. When the storm sirens started wailing that Tuesday evening in May, Frank managed to get his other animals to safety, but Thunder broke loose and ran straight into the path of the twister. Frank found the horse's body the next morning, and his neighbors came by throughout the day to offer condolences. "Such a tragedy," they said. "What terrible luck. You must be devastated." Each visitor seemed to expect Frank to rage against the unfairness of it all, to curse the weather or his timing or the cruel randomness of natural disasters. But Frank, weathered by decades of farming and shaped by his grandfather's quiet wisdom, simply nodded and said, "Maybe so." His neighbors were puzzled by this response. How could he be so calm about such a significant loss? But Frank's grandfather had taught him something years ago. that most people never learn the profound truth, that we cannot judge the ultimate meaning of any event while we're still living inside the story. 3 days after the tornado, an insurance adjuster came to assess the damage. While he was there, a wealthy rancher from Colorado happened to drive by and noticed Frank's property. He'd been looking for exactly this kind of land to expand his operation, and he made Frank an offer that was 3 times what the farm was worth on the open market. When Frank's neighbors heard about the offer, they congratulated him on his incredible good fortune. "What amazing luck," they said. "You're going to be rich. This is the best thing that could have happened." But Frank simply smiled and said, "Maybe so." Frank didn't immediately accept the offer. He took time to consider what he really wanted for the next chapter of his life. His children had grown up and moved to cities, pursuing careers that had nothing to do with agriculture. His wife had been dreaming of travel, of seeing places beyond the Kansas horizon. The money from selling the farm would allow them freedoms they'd never imagined possible. But selling would also mean leaving the land that had shaped his identity for nearly 4 decades. It would mean abandoning the graves of beloved animals, the fields where his children had learned to drive tractors, the barn where he'd proposed to his wife on a snowy December evening 40 years earlier. When his neighbors learned he was hesitating, they thought he was crazy. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity," they insisted. "You'd be a fool to pass this up." Frank listened to their advice with the same quiet attention he gave to weather reports, and then said, "Maybe so." This is the profound wisdom hidden in what seems like Frank's stubborn refusal to commit to any judgment about his circumstances. He had learned something that most of us struggle to accept, that we cannot know the full meaning or ultimate value of any experience until much more of the story has unfolded. Jessica Martinez discovered this truth during what she initially thought was the worst year of her life. She'd been laid off from her marketing job in Denver. Her relationship of 3 years had ended badly, and her car had been totaled by a hailstorm, all within the span of 6 months. Friends and family kept telling her that things would work out for the best, but she couldn't see how any of it could possibly be for the best. The job loss forced her to take a temporary position at a local non-profit, something she would never have considered when she had the security of her corporate salary. The work paid less, but it introduced her to a community of people who were passionate about environmental conservation. For the first time in years, Jessica found herself excited to go to work each morning. The end of her relationship, painful as it was, freed her to pursue interests she'd been neglecting. She started hiking in the mountains every weekend, something her ex-boyfriend had never enjoyed. On one of these solo hikes, she met David, a forest ranger whose approach to life was so different from anyone she'd ever dated that she wouldn't have recognized his value when she was in her previous relationship. Even the destroyed car turned out to be a gift she couldn't have anticipated. The insurance settlement was enough for her to buy a more reliable vehicle, and while shopping for a replacement, she met the sales manager who eventually became her business partner in starting a consulting firm focused on helping companies reduce their environmental impact. 2 years later, Jessica was running a successful business, planning a wedding with David, and living a life that felt more authentic and fulfilling than anything she'd experienced before. The year that had seemed like a series of disasters had actually been a series of course corrections. steering her toward a future she couldn't have imagined when she was caught in the middle of the apparent chaos. But even then, Jessica had learned enough wisdom to be cautious about declaring her new circumstances permanently wonderful. Life had taught her that what appears to be purely good or purely bad rarely stays that way for long. She'd learned to say maybe so to both the challenges and the victories. This is the revolutionary wisdom of the maybe so teaching. It doesn't suggest that we become passive or indifferent to what happens in our lives. It suggests that we hold our judgment slightly, recognizing that our perspective is always limited and our understanding is always incomplete. Dr. Sarah Patel learned this lesson while working in the emergency room in Phoenix. She'd been frustrated by the limitations of emergency medicine, always treating crises rather than addressing root causes, never seeing patients long enough to know how their stories ended. When budget cuts forced the hospital to reduce her hours, she was initially devastated. Emergency medicine was her identity, and the cut in income would affect her family's lifestyle significantly. But the reduced schedule gave her time to volunteer at a free clinic in an underserved part of the city. There, she discovered a different kind of medicine, one that focused on prevention and long-term relationships with patients. She saw how social determinants affected health outcomes in ways she'd never understood while working only with insured patients in the main hospital. The experience changed her perspective on medicine so profoundly that when the hospital offered to restore her full-time hours, she declined. Instead, she took a position running the free clinic, accepting a significant pay cut in exchange for work that felt more meaningful than anything she'd done in her 20-year career. Her colleagues thought she'd lost her mind, giving up financial security and professional prestige to work with uninsured patients in a clinic that could barely afford basic supplies. But Dr. Patel had learned to trust the maybe-so wisdom. What appeared to be a step backward might be a step toward something she couldn't yet see. 3 years later, her work at the clinic caught the attention of a foundation that was funding innovative approaches to healthcare delivery. They offered her a grant to expand the clinic's model to other cities, making her a leader in a growing movement toward community-based medicine. The setback that had seemed like the end of her career had actually been the beginning of the most impactful phase of her professional life. This teaching doesn't suggest that all apparent disasters will turn out to be blessings, or that all apparent good fortune will turn out to be problematic. It suggests something more subtle and more practical, that we cannot know the full meaning of any experience while we are living through it, and that holding our judgments lightly allows us to respond more skillfully to whatever is actually happening. Robert Kim learned this during his son's struggle with addiction. For 3 years, he watched his bright, talented boy spiral through cycles of recovery and relapse, treatment programs and relapses, promises and broken trust. It was devastating to watch, and Robert blamed himself constantly. If he'd been a better father, if he'd seen the signs earlier, if he'd done something different, maybe none of this would have happened. The addiction eventually cost his son his job, his apartment, and several important relationships. It cost Robert sleepless nights, thousands of dollars in treatment costs, and a kind of daily heartbreak that felt like it might never end. By any measure, the addiction was a catastrophe for their family. But in the process of learning how to support his son without enabling him, Robert discovered a depth of compassion and wisdom he'd never accessed before. He joined support groups for families affected by addiction and found himself becoming a resource for other parents who were just beginning their own journeys through this particular kind of hell. His son's recovery, when it finally came, was deeper and more solid than it might have been if the addiction had been less severe. The experience of hitting bottom had taught him things about himself and about life that no amount of lecturing or advice could have conveyed. He emerged from treatment not just sober, but with a clarity about his values and priorities that many people never develop. Robert had to be careful not to romanticize the addiction or suggest that it was worth it for the growth it eventually produced. The suffering had been real, and there was no guarantee that the story would have ended with recovery. But he learned to hold space for the complexity of experiences that are simultaneously devastating and transformative, harmful and ultimately healing. "I wouldn't wish addiction on any family," he says now. "But I also can't deny that it taught us things about love and resilience that we might never have learned otherwise. It was the worst thing that happened to us, and also, in some ways, one of the most important. This is the nuanced wisdom of maybe so thinking. It doesn't require us to pretend that genuinely difficult experiences are actually good. It asks us to remain open to the possibility that even painful experiences might contribute to our growth and understanding in ways we cannot see while we are in the middle of them." Maria Santos learned this when her husband was diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's disease at 53. The diagnosis felt like a death sentence, not just for him, but for all the dreams they'd shared for their later years together. They'd planned to travel, to spend time with grandchildren, to enjoy the freedom that comes when careers are established and children are grown. Instead, Maria found herself becoming a caregiver far earlier than she'd ever imagined, watching the man she loved gradually disappear while his body remained present. It was heartbreaking and exhausting, and often felt completely unfair. But the experience also revealed strengths in both of them that they'd never had occasion to discover. Her husband, in his clearer moments, showed a grace and courage in facing his diagnosis that inspired everyone who knew him. Maria discovered a capacity for patience and tenderness that surprised her. Their adult children learned to treasure time with their father in ways they might never have appreciated if his presence had felt guaranteed. The disease progression was still tragic, and Maria would never say she was grateful for the Alzheimer's. But she learned to hold space for the love and growth that emerged alongside the loss. The ways that crisis can reveal the best in people, even as it takes away what they value most. Maybe so, she learned to say when people told her how unfair it all was, not because she disagreed, but because she'd discovered that life is too complex to be captured by simple judgments about fairness or unfairness. This teaching applies to smaller daily experiences as well. Kevin Rodriguez learned to practice maybe so thinking during his commute in Los Angeles traffic. Instead of immediately categorizing every delay as bad and every green light as good, he began to notice how often his initial judgments proved incomplete. The traffic jam that made him 20 minutes late for a meeting turned out to be fortunate. When he arrived to discover that his biggest client had also been delayed, and they were able to have a much more relaxed and productive conversation than originally scheduled. The lucky morning, when traffic was unusually light, led to his arriving at the office just as a burst pipe was flooding the parking garage, and his early arrival allowed him to move his car before it was damaged. He began to approach each day with a kind of curious neutrality, interested to see how the story would unfold rather than immediately deciding whether each development was positive or negative. This shift didn't make him passive, but it made him more flexible and less stressed by circumstances he couldn't control. Tonight, as you rest here and let these words settle into your consciousness, you might consider the maybe-so wisdom in your own life. What experiences have you quickly labeled as purely good or purely bad? What judgments are you carrying about current circumstances that might be limiting your ability to respond skillfully to what's actually happening? The practice isn't about becoming indifferent or avoiding making any decisions. It's about holding your judgments lightly enough that you can remain open to new information, unexpected developments, and the ways that life often surprises us by unfolding in directions we never anticipated. This kind of thinking requires a deep humility, the recognition that our perspective is always limited. Our understanding is always incomplete, and the story we're living is always larger than the chapter we can currently see. It asks us to trust that life has an intelligence that often exceeds our ability to comprehend it in the moment. Frank Thompson never did sell his farm to the Colorado rancher. After months of consideration, he decided that the land meant more to him than the money, that his identity as a farmer was too central to who he was to abandon lightly. His neighbors thought he was crazy to pass up such a lucrative offer. Maybe so, Frank said with a smile. 2 years later, when climate change and water rights issues made farmland in his region even more valuable, Frank was glad he'd kept the property. But even then, he held his satisfaction lightly. He'd learned that today's good decision might look different tomorrow, that today's wisdom might be tomorrow's mistake, and that the only sane response to life's unpredictability is a kind of humble openness to whatever comes next. The deepest teaching of Maybe So is not that we should become wishy-washy or avoid making commitments. It's that we should hold our commitments with enough flexibility to remain responsive to changing circumstances, enough humility to admit when we've misjudged a situation, and enough trust in life's complexity to remain curious about outcomes instead of attached to them. In this understanding, every experience becomes interesting rather than simply good or bad. Every challenge becomes an opportunity to practice wisdom rather than just a problem to solve. Every surprise becomes a reminder of how much we don't know, rather than evidence that life is working against us. This perspective doesn't eliminate disappointment or celebration, but it places both within a larger context of ongoing discovery. It suggests that the most skillful way to live is with a kind of alert relaxation, paying attention to what's happening without gripping too tightly to our interpretations of what it means. As you prepare for sleep tonight, you can practice this gentle awareness yourself. When thoughts arise about things that are worrying you or exciting you, you can experiment with adding a quiet maybe so to your mental commentary. Not to diminish the reality of your concerns or joys, but to hold them within the larger mystery of how life actually unfolds. Tomorrow, when circumstances surprise you or disappoint you or delight you, you can remember Frank's quiet wisdom. You can respond to what's actually happening without immediately deciding what it means for your future. You can remain open to the possibility that today's apparent setback might be tomorrow's unexpected gift, or that today's good fortune might lead to challenges you can't yet see. This isn't passive thinking. It's the most dynamic kind of awareness possible. It keeps you responsive rather than reactive, curious rather than certain, flexible rather than rigid. It allows you to move through life with the kind of graceful adaptation that comes from trusting the process even when you can't see the destination. In the vast Kansas sky that arches over Frank's farm, storms and sunshine alternate with a rhythm that defies prediction but follows its own deeper intelligence. This is the rhythm of all life, unpredictable in its details, but reliable in its constant change. Impossible to control, but endlessly fascinating to witness with open eyes and an open heart. Maybe so. Thomas Mitchell had been working as a project manager at a tech company in Austin for 3 years when the new CEO arrived and began what he called right-sizing the organization. The layoffs started in other departments, but Thomas knew it was only a matter of time before they reached his team. When his supervisor called him into the conference room that Tuesday afternoon, Thomas felt his stomach drop even before he heard the words, but it wasn't what he expected. Instead of a termination meeting, he found himself face to face with the CEO himself, who proceeded to unleash a torrent of criticism about Thomas's management style, his lack of innovation, his failure to motivate his team effectively. The attack went on for 20 minutes, each accusation more personal and cutting than the last. Thomas sat there absorbing the verbal assault, feeling his face flush with heat and his hands clench into fists under the conference table. Part of him wanted to defend himself, to point out the successful projects he'd delivered, the team members who had been promoted under his guidance, the long hours he'd invested in the company's success. Another part of him wanted to launch his own attack, to tell this newcomer CEO exactly what he thought of his leadership style and his right-sizing strategy. But as the CEO's voice grew louder and more accusatory, Thomas found himself remembering a story his meditation teacher had shared the week before, an ancient tale about the Buddha and a very angry man. The story goes that a man approached the Buddha in front of a large crowd, furious about the teacher's growing influence in his community. For several minutes, he shouted insults and accusations, trying to provoke the Buddha into an argument or at least some kind of defensive response. The crowd watched in fascination, waiting to see how this renowned wise man would handle such a direct assault on his character and teachings. The Buddha listened calmly until the man exhausted himself and fell silent. Then, in the quiet that followed, the Buddha asked a simple question. If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does the gift belong? The angry man, caught off guard by the unexpected question, stammered, "Well, I suppose it would still belong to the person who offered it." "Exactly," the Buddha said gently. "You have offered me the gift of your anger, but I choose not to accept it. Therefore, it remains yours to carry." Sitting in that conference room in Austin, absorbing his CEO's anger and criticism, Thomas realized he had a choice to make. He could accept this gift of rage and frustration, take it into himself, carry it home to his family, let it poison his evening and his sleep and probably several days to come. Or he could simply let it remain with its original owner. When the CEO finally finished his tirade and demanded to know what Thomas had to say for himself, Thomas took a deep breath and replied, "I hear that you're frustrated with my performance. I'd like some time to reflect on your feedback and schedule a follow-up meeting to discuss specific steps for improvement. The CEO seemed almost disappointed by Thomas's calm response, as if he'd been hoping for a fight that would justify further punishment. Instead, he grudgingly agreed to meet again the following week and dismissed Thomas with a wave of his hand. Walking back to his desk, Thomas felt something remarkable. He was completely calm. The CEO's anger hadn't penetrated him because he'd chosen not to receive it. The criticism might contain some valid points that he could learn from, but the emotional charge behind it belonged to someone else and had nothing to do with him personally. This is the transformative power of understanding anger as a gift that can be declined. It doesn't mean becoming passive or failing to address legitimate concerns that others raise. It means separating the useful information from the emotional toxicity, taking what serves your growth while leaving behind what only serves to perpetuate suffering. Lisa Rodriguez learned this lesson while working as a customer service representative for an airline in Miami. Day after day, she dealt with travelers who were delayed, frustrated, and looking for someone to blame for circumstances that were often beyond anyone's control. For her first 6 months on the job, she went home exhausted and irritable, carrying the anger of dozens of strangers like stones in her pockets. The turning point came during a particularly difficult shift when a passenger whose flight had been cancelled due to weather began screaming at her, calling her incompetent and demanding to speak to her supervisor. Instead of absorbing his rage or becoming defensive, Lisa found herself visualizing his anger as a physical object being offered to her across the counter. "I understand you're frustrated," she said calmly, "and I want to help you find a solution. Let me see what options are available for getting you to your destination." The passenger continued to rage for another few minutes, but when Lisa didn't engage with his anger, it gradually dissipated like steam. He eventually accepted her help in rebooking his flight and even thanked her for her patience as he walked away. Lisa realized that most customer anger wasn't really about her or even about the airline's policies. It was about fear, disappointment, and the helplessness people feel when their plans are disrupted. When she stopped taking it personally, she could respond more effectively to their actual needs rather than reacting to their emotional state. This understanding transformed not just her work life, but her relationships outside the office. When her teenage daughter came home angry about something that happened at school and took it out on the family, Lisa learned to distinguish between her daughter's need for support and her need to discharge difficult emotions. She could offer comfort without absorbing the anger that really belonged to whatever situation had frustrated her daughter in the first place. The Buddha's teaching about refusing the gift of anger doesn't suggest that we should never feel angry ourselves, or that anger is always inappropriate. Sometimes anger is a valuable signal that something needs to change, that boundaries have been crossed, that injustice needs to be addressed. The teaching is about discernment, learning to distinguish between anger that serves a purpose and anger that only perpetuates suffering. Dr. Michael Chen, a pediatrician in Seattle, discovered this distinction while dealing with parents who became hostile when their children's illnesses didn't respond to treatment as quickly as expected. Early in his career, he would take their criticism personally, staying up at night wondering if he'd missed something or made the wrong recommendation. Over time, he learned to see parental anger as an expression of love and fear, rather than a judgment of his competence. When a father shouted at him for not being able to immediately cure his daughter's chronic condition, Dr. Chen could hear the desperation behind the anger. Instead of becoming defensive, he could acknowledge the parent's fear while maintaining his professional boundaries. "I can see how frightening this must be for you," he would say. "Let's talk about what we can do to help your daughter manage her symptoms while we work on finding the most effective treatment." This approach didn't eliminate difficult conversations, but it transformed them from adversarial encounters into collaborative problem-solving sessions. Parents still felt heard and supported, but Dr. Chen no longer carried their anxiety and frustration as if it were his own. The practice of refusing anger requires developing what Buddhist teachers call emotional aikido, the ability to redirect hostile energy rather than absorbing it or reflecting it back. Maria Santos learned this while working as a social worker in Phoenix, where she regularly dealt with clients who were angry about their circumstances, angry about the system, and often angry about her role as a representative of that system. One client, struggling with homelessness and addiction, would come to every appointment full of rage about the inadequacy of available services, the incompetence of other agencies, and the unfairness of his situation. For months, Maria tried to argue with his perceptions, to defend the programs she worked for, to convince him that he was partly responsible for his own circumstances. These conversations were exhausting and unproductive. The client left feeling unheard, and Maria left feeling defeated. Then she began experimenting with a different approach. Instead of accepting his anger as something she needed to fix or defend against, she began listening for the pain and fear underneath the rage. "It sounds like you're feeling really unsupported by the system," she would say. "That must be incredibly frustrating when you're already dealing with so much." When she stopped trying to manage his anger and started acknowledging his underlying needs, their conversations became more constructive. He still expressed frustration, but it was directed toward problem-solving rather than blame. Maria could focus her energy on finding practical solutions instead of managing emotional reactions. This approach worked because it recognized anger as information rather than attack. The client's rage was telling her something important about his experience, but it wasn't necessarily an accurate assessment of her performance or the value of the services she provided. She could receive the information while declining the emotional charge that came with it. Jennifer Park learned this distinction during her divorce proceedings in San Francisco. Her ex-husband's lawyer seemed determined to make every interaction as adversarial as possible, sending letters filled with accusations and demands that made Jennifer feel like she was under constant attack. Her first instinct was to respond in kind, to defend herself against every criticism and make counter-accusations of her own. But her own lawyer, a woman who had been practicing family law for 20 years, offered different advice. His anger tells us something about his negotiating strategy and his emotional state. She explained, but it doesn't require a response from us. We can acknowledge his concerns without accepting his characterization of the situation. This shifted Jennifer's entire approach to the divorce. Instead of seeing each hostile communication as a personal attack that required defense, she began seeing them as information about what mattered to her ex-husband and what might lead to a resolution. She could address his concerns without absorbing his anger, negotiate around his needs without accepting his blame. The divorce still took longer than she'd hoped, but it ended with a settlement that both parties could live with, rather than the kind of bitter battle that destroys families and enriches lawyers. By refusing to accept the gift of her ex-husband's anger, Jennifer had kept the door open for eventual cooperation around their shared responsibilities as parents. This skill becomes especially important in family relationships, where the people we love most also have the greatest power to trigger our reactive patterns. Robert Kim learned this while navigating his teenage son's rebellion. When every conversation seemed to escalate into conflict and every attempt at guidance was met with hostility. For months, Robert found himself matching his son's anger with his own, turning every disagreement into a battle of wills that left both of them exhausted and resentful. Then he began experimenting with a different response. When his son came home late and responded to Robert's concern with sarcasm and accusations, Robert practiced seeing the anger as information about his son's struggle for independence rather than as a personal insult. "I can see you're frustrated with the curfew," he would say, instead of launching into a lecture about responsibility. "Help me understand what would work better for you." This didn't eliminate conflict, but it changed the nature of their conversations. His son still pushed boundaries, but he also began sharing more about what was actually happening in his life. Robert could maintain his parental authority without getting caught in emotional power struggles that served no one. The deepest wisdom of the Buddha's teaching about refusing anger is that it frees us to respond rather than react. When we're not busy defending ourselves against other people's emotional states, we have more energy available for understanding what's actually happening and what might be helpful in the situation. This doesn't mean becoming emotionally numb or failing to care about how others treat us. It means developing the inner spaciousness to choose our responses based on wisdom rather than reactivity, to engage with problems rather than getting caught in emotional drama. Tonight, as you rest in the quiet of this moment, you might consider the gifts of anger you've been offered throughout your life and how you've chosen to handle them. Not to judge yourself for times when you've accepted anger that didn't belong to you, but to appreciate the learning that came from those experiences and the wisdom you've developed about when to engage and when to simply let hostile energy pass by. Tomorrow, when someone offers you the gift of their frustration, criticism, or rage, you'll have a choice. You can accept it as if it were meant for you, carry it around like a burden, let it poison your mood and your interactions with others. Or you can recognize it as information about their inner state. Acknowledge their feelings without taking responsibility for them, and respond from a place of clarity rather than reactivity. This choice doesn't eliminate difficult conversations or challenging relationships, but it transforms how you navigate them. Instead of being at the mercy of other people's emotional states, you become free to respond with wisdom, compassion, and skill. The Buddha's calm response to the angry man wasn't because he didn't care about the man's pain or because he was emotionally detached from the situation. It was because he understood that accepting someone else's anger doesn't help them process it any more effectively. It just means that now two people are carrying the same burden instead of one. When we refuse the gift of anger, we're not abandoning others in their suffering. We're maintaining the clarity and emotional balance that allows us to offer genuine help rather than just adding our own reactivity to an already difficult situation. This is perhaps the most practical magic of Buddhist wisdom. It doesn't require us to become saints or spend years in meditation. It offers simple tools for staying centered in the midst of other people's storms, for maintaining our own inner peace without becoming indifferent to others' pain. As you prepare for sleep tonight, you can practice this gentle strength yourself. If memories arise of times when others have directed anger toward you, you can experiment with seeing those experiences differently, not as evidence of your inadequacy or others' cruelty, but as opportunities to practice the art of receiving information without accepting emotional toxicity. This practice gradually builds what Buddhist teachers call unshakable peace, not because nothing difficult ever happens, but because you learn to remain centered, regardless of what emotional weather is swirling around you. You become like a mountain that allows storms to pass over it without being moved from its foundation. In this stability, you discover something remarkable. When you're not constantly defending yourself against other people's anger, you have much more energy available for creativity, for love, for the kind of presence that actually helps others feel calmer and more supported. The gift that anger refuses to give you is the gift of remaining yourself, no matter how others choose to express their inner turmoil. And in that constancy, you become a source of peace in a world that often feels chaotic and reactive. This is your birthright, not to be tossed around by every emotional storm that passes through your environment, but to remain rooted in your own center, responsive to genuine needs, but unshaken by the ways that fear and frustration express themselves through the people around you. Tonight, let this understanding settle into your bones. Let it become part of how you move through the world. And tomorrow, when life offers you gifts you don't need to carry, you'll have the wisdom to smile and say, "Thank you, but I'll leave that with you." Eleanor Hartwell had been collecting teacups for 43 years when she finally understood what her grandmother had been trying to teach her. It started as a hobby when she was 12, receiving a delicate porcelain cup and saucer set for her birthday. Over the decades, the collection grew to fill an entire china cabinet in her home in Savannah, Georgia. Cups from England and Japan, hand-painted pieces from local artisans, antiques discovered in estate sales across the South. Each cup told a story. The blue and white spode she'd bought for herself when she got her first promotion. The delicate rose pattern she'd inherited from her aunt. The simple white ceramic cup her daughter had made in high school pottery class, imperfect but precious. Eleanor polished them regularly, displayed them carefully, and worried constantly about their safety. When the earthquake hit, a rare but not unprecedented event in coastal Georgia, Eleanor's first thought wasn't about structural damage to her house or danger to her family. Her first panicked thought was about her teacups. She rushed to the china cabinet and found what she'd feared. Several of her most treasured pieces lay in fragments on the hardwood floor. She knelt among the broken porcelain, tears streaming down her face, trying to piece together the remains of cups that had survived decades only to be destroyed in 30 seconds of ground trembling. That's when her neighbor, Mrs. Chen, appeared at her door with a broom and dustpan. Mrs. Chen was an elderly woman who had emigrated from Taiwan decades earlier, bringing with her the quiet wisdom of Buddhist teachings that had shaped her family for generations. She surveyed the scene of Eleanor's grief and nodded with understanding. "My master once told me about his favorite teacup," Mrs. Chen said as she began carefully sweeping the larger pieces into the dustpan. "Every morning, he would hold this cup and say to himself, this cup is already broken. Eleanor looked up from her attempts to salvage fragments of her grandmother's china. That seems like such a sad way to think about something beautiful. Mrs. Chen smiled, settling down beside Eleanor on the floor. He didn't say it to make himself sad. He said it to make himself present. When he drank his tea each morning, knowing the cup was already broken, he could appreciate its beauty completely. He could enjoy its warmth against his palms, the way the light caught its glaze, the simple miracle of holding something so delicate and lovely. Eleanor held a piece of her broken spode, running her finger along its smooth edge. But it's gone now. All that beauty, all those memories, just gone. No, Mrs. Chen said gently. The beauty you experienced with these cups over 43 years, that's not broken. The memories of the tea parties with your daughter, the quiet morning moments, the joy of discovering new pieces that lives in you. The cups were never permanent, but the love you felt for them, that's eternal. This is the profound teaching hidden in the Zen master's daily practice with his teacup. It's not about becoming pessimistic or morbid about the things we love. It's about embracing the truth of impermanence in a way that actually deepens our appreciation rather than diminishing it. When we truly accept that everything we love will eventually be lost, we stop taking it for granted. We begin to see each moment with our loved ones, each use of our cherished possessions, each experience of beauty as the gift it actually is, temporary, precious, and never to be repeated in exactly the same way. David Morrison learned this lesson while watching his father slowly succumb to Parkinson's disease in Portland, Oregon. For months, David had been fighting against the reality of his father's condition, researching new treatments, seeking second opinions, refusing to accept that the vibrant, active man who had taught him to fish and build furniture was gradually disappearing. The constant resistance was exhausting for both of them. David's visits became tense affairs, where he was always trying to push his father to do more therapy, eat better, fight harder against the disease's progression. His father began to withdraw, sensing that his son couldn't accept him as he actually was. The shift came during a conversation with his father's hospice nurse, a man named James who had worked with dying patients for 15 years. "Your father is already gone," James told David one afternoon. "The man you remember from 10 years ago, he's not coming back. But the man who's here right now still has love to offer and receive. You can spend your remaining time together fighting against what's been lost, or you can appreciate what's still here." That evening, instead of pushing his father through exercises or lecturing him about medication compliance, David simply sat with him and asked about his memories of their fishing trips. His father's face lit up in a way David hadn't seen in months as he recounted stories of early morning drives to mountain lakes, of David's excitement at catching his first trout, of quiet conversations in the boat while waiting for fish to bite. "Already gone," David said to himself as he listened, but the phrase had transformed from despair to presence. His father's physical abilities were already gone, his future already determined, but this moment of connection was vibrantly alive and available. By accepting the impermanence, David could finally receive the gifts that were still being offered. This understanding doesn't make loss less painful, but it makes the time before loss more vivid and meaningful. Dr. Lisa Chang, an oncologist in Houston, shares the already broken teaching with many of her patients and their families. She's found that those who can embrace impermanence often experience deeper intimacy and more profound peace than those who spend their energy fighting against inevitable outcomes. I had a patient, she remembers, a woman in her 60s with pancreatic cancer. When I told her the diagnosis, her first question wasn't about treatment options or survival statistics. She asked, "How long do I have to love my family?" When I told her, probably 6 to 12 months, she smiled and said, "Then I'd better not waste any of it wishing things were different." The woman spent her remaining time creating memory books with her grandchildren, having long conversations with her adult children about life lessons she wanted to pass on, and writing letters for her husband to open on future anniversaries and birthdays. She approached her dying as consciously as she had lived, understanding that fighting against the reality of her condition would only steal precious energy from the loving that was still possible. This perspective transforms how we relate not just to major losses, but to the constant small changes that life brings. Jennifer Rodriguez learned this while watching her youngest child prepare to leave for college in Austin. For months, she had been dreading the empty nest, grieving in advance for the end of daily mothering that had defined her identity for 22 years. But a conversation with her own mother shifted her perspective. "Mia," her mother said, "that little girl who needed you to tie her shoes and read her bedtime stories, she's already gone. She became the teenager who rolled her eyes at your advice, and then she became this young woman who's ready to build her own life. You can spend these last few months mourning the child who grew up, or you can enjoy the woman she's become." Jennifer realized she had been so focused on what she was losing that she was missing what was actually present. Her daughter was still living at home for a few more months, but instead of savoring this time, Jennifer had been treating each day as a countdown to abandonment. She began approaching their remaining time together with already gone awareness. Their daughter was already grown, already independent, already moving toward her own life. Fighting against this reality wouldn't change it, but accepting it might allow Jennifer to appreciate these final months of daily contact without the bitterness of resistance. The shift was remarkable. Instead of tense conversations about how much she would be missed, Jennifer found herself genuinely curious about her daughter's plans and dreams. Instead of trying to squeeze extra moments of closeness from someone who was naturally pulling away, she could celebrate her daughter's readiness for independence. When her daughter finally left for college, Jennifer felt sad but not devastated. She had been fully present for their goodbye because she wasn't fighting against the fact that goodbyes were inevitable. This teaching applies to relationships, possessions, health, careers, every aspect of life that we tend to treat as permanent when it's actually constantly changing. Michael Santos learned this during his 20-year career as a high school teacher in Denver, when budget cuts and changing educational policies made it clear that the job he loved was gradually disappearing. For years, Michael had been fighting against the changes: larger class sizes, reduced resources, increased testing requirements that left little time for the creative teaching that had originally drawn him to education. He spent faculty meetings complaining about the loss of educational values, went home exhausted from trying to do good work within impossible constraints, and gradually became bitter about a profession that no longer resembled what he had signed up for. The realization came during a conversation with a colleague who was planning to retire early. "The job we fell in love with," she said, it's already gone. We can spend our remaining years mourning what teaching used to be, or we can find ways to serve students within the system that actually exists. This shifted Michael's entire approach to his work. Instead of constantly comparing current conditions to some idealized past, he began looking for creative ways to connect with students despite the constraints. He couldn't change the system, but he could still find moments of genuine education within it. He started a lunchtime discussion group for students who wanted to explore topics beyond the standardized curriculum. He learned to see the required testing not as the enemy of education, but as one factor to work around while still creating meaningful learning experiences. He began collaborating with other teachers who shared his values, finding ways to support each other within an imperfect system. The job was still challenging, but Michael was no longer exhausted by fighting against its limitations. He had accepted that the teaching profession was already broken in many ways, which freed him to appreciate and nurture whatever possibilities for connection and learning still existed. This wisdom extends to our relationship with our own bodies and aging process. Patricia Williams learned this after her first heart attack at 58, when she realized that her body was no longer the reliable machine she had always taken for granted. For months after the cardiac event, Patricia lived in constant anxiety about her health, monitoring every sensation, fearful of any physical exertion, treating her body like a bomb that might explode at any moment. The hypervigilance was almost more exhausting than the recovery from the heart attack itself. Her cardiologist, Dr. Kumar, finally suggested a different approach. "Your heart was already fragile before the attack," he told her during a follow-up appointment. "We just didn't know it yet. Fighting against the reality of your condition won't make you healthier, but accepting it might help you live more fully within whatever limitations you have." This wasn't advice to give up on taking care of herself, but to stop spending so much energy resisting the fact that her body was mortal and imperfect. Patricia began approaching her physical limitations with curiosity rather than resentment. She couldn't run marathons anymore, but she could enjoy gentle walks in her neighborhood. She couldn't eat whatever she wanted, but she could learn to appreciate the flavors of heart-healthy foods. Most importantly, she stopped postponing joy until her health returned to some imaginary perfect state. Her body was already broken in the sense that it was aging and vulnerable, but it was also still capable of experiencing pleasure, comfort, and connection. The deepest teaching of the broken cup is that impermanence isn't the enemy of love. It's what makes love possible. If everything lasted forever, nothing would be precious. If no one ever died, we might never learn to fully appreciate the people in our lives. If nothing ever changed, we would never grow or discover new aspects of ourselves. Sarah Kim learnt this while caring for her mother with dementia in Seattle. The woman who had raised her taught her values, and been her closest confidant was gradually disappearing, replaced by someone who sometimes didn't recognize her own daughter. Initially, Sarah spent every visit trying to remind her mother of their shared history, showing her photo albums, retelling family stories, desperately trying to resurrect the relationship they used to have. These visits were frustrating for both of them. Sarah felt like she was losing her mother over and over again, and her mother felt confused and pressured by expectations she couldn't meet. The shift came when Sarah began approaching each visit with already gone awareness. The mother she remembered was already gone, but the person who remained still had moments of sweetness, humor, and affection to offer. Instead of grieving throughout every interaction for what was lost, Sarah could be present for whatever connection was still possible. Some days, her mother didn't remember her name but could still enjoy listening to music together. Other days, she couldn't follow conversations but could still express pleasure at Sarah's presence. By accepting that the relationship had already changed irreversibly, Sarah could appreciate whatever forms of love were still available. Tonight, as you rest in the quiet safety of this moment, you might consider the things in your life that you've been treating as permanent, when they're actually constantly changing. Not to make yourself sad about inevitable losses, but to let the awareness of impermanence deepen your appreciation for what's currently present. The people you love are already aging, already moving through their own life cycles, already closer to the end of their stories than when you first met them. This isn't cause for despair. It's invitation to love them more fully while they're here, to have the conversations that matter, to express the gratitude and affection that you might be taking for granted. Your own body is already aging, already different from what it was 10 years ago, already moving toward whatever limitations and changes lie ahead. This isn't reason for anxiety, it's opportunity to appreciate your current capacities, to treat your physical self with kindness, to enjoy whatever pleasures and abilities are available right now. The cup is already broken, but tonight it still holds your tea perfectly. The relationship is already changing, but today it still offers love and connection. The body is already aging, but in this moment it still breathes, still feels, still experiences the world with remarkable sensitivity. When we truly embrace the already broken understanding, we stop wasting energy, fighting against the nature of existence, and start putting that energy into fully experiencing whatever is actually here. We stop postponing appreciation until conditions become perfect and start finding reasons for gratitude in imperfect circumstances. This doesn't mean becoming morbid or pessimistic. It means becoming present in the most profound way possible, awake to both the beauty and the fragility of everything we encounter, aware that this moment will never come again in exactly this form, grateful for the temporary privilege of experiencing life in these particular bodies, relationships, and circumstances. Mrs. Chen helped Eleanor clean up the broken teacups that afternoon, but more importantly, she helped her understand that the breaking was not the end of the story. The love Eleanor had felt for those cups, the pleasure she had taken in their beauty, the memories associated with each piece, these were not destroyed by the earthquake. Next time you find a cup you love, Mrs. Chen said as they finished sweeping, hold it gently and remember, it's already broken. Then drink your tea with complete attention, knowing that this moment of warmth and beauty will never come again in exactly this way. Eleanor never rebuilt her collection quite the same way, but she did continue finding cups that brought her joy. Now, however, she held each one with the knowledge of its impermanence, and that knowledge made every sip of tea a small meditation on the preciousness of temporary things. The cup is always already broken. The question is whether we can love it anyway, not despite its fragility, but because of it. This is the most radical teaching of all, that accepting the temporary nature of everything we love doesn't diminish our capacity for joy, but actually increases it. When we stop demanding the beautiful things last forever. We can finally appreciate them completely in the brief time they're ours to experience. Tonight, hold your own life like a precious, fragile cup. Feel its warmth, appreciate its beauty, savor whatever it contains. And remember that its impermanence is not its flaw. It's what makes this moment irreplaceable and perfect, just as it is, already broken and therefore already whole. Jacob Martinez had been volunteering at the downtown homeless shelter in San Antonio for 6 months when he met Carlos, a man whose story would teach him the difference between generosity that heals and generosity that merely makes the giver feel good. Carlos was a regular at the shelter, a veteran in his 50s, who had been living on the streets for 3 years after losing his job and then his apartment in a cascade of circumstances that could happen to almost anyone. Jacob had started volunteering after his company's annual charity drive, motivated by genuine compassion, but also, if he was honest, by the warm feeling that came from helping people less fortunate than himself. He would arrive each Tuesday evening with bags of donated clothing, serve meals to long lines of hungry people, and leave feeling like he had made a meaningful difference in the world. But Carlos challenged Jacob's assumptions about generosity in ways that were uncomfortable but ultimately transformative. One evening, Jacob noticed Carlos wearing the same torn jacket he'd been wearing for weeks, despite the fact that Jacob had personally donated several warm coats to the shelter's clothing room. "Carlos," Jacob said, approaching him after the dinner service, "didn't you see the winter coats we brought in? There are some really nice ones that would fit you perfectly." Carlos looked at him with eyes that held more wisdom than judgment. "I saw them," he said quietly, "but I also saw Mrs. Patterson, who's 73 and has been sleeping outside longer than me, and Miguel, who just aged out of foster care and doesn't even know how to work the system yet. They needed those coats more than I do." Jacob felt something uncomfortable shift in his chest. "But you're cold too." "There were enough coats for everyone, were there?" Carlos asked. "Because tomorrow there will be new people, and next week there will be more. If I take a coat tonight just because it's available, someone who needs it more might go without." This conversation introduced Jacob to a way of thinking about generosity that he had never encountered before. Carlos wasn't just receiving charity, he was practicing it even from his position of apparent powerlessness. He was making decisions about how resources should be distributed based on genuine need rather than simple availability. The Buddhist understanding of generosity recognizes that true giving requires wisdom as well as compassion. It's not enough to simply offer help. We must consider whether our help is actually helpful, whether it serves the receiver's genuine needs or merely our own emotional needs to feel generous. Dr. Lisa Patel learned this lesson while working in a free clinic in Phoenix, where well-meaning volunteers would sometimes create more problems than they solved. She remembers one wealthy businessman who wanted to donate expensive medical equipment that the clinic had no space to store and no staff trained to operate. He couldn't understand why we weren't grateful, Dr. Patel recalls. He was offering us tens of thousands of dollars worth of equipment, and we were explaining that what we actually needed was basic supplies like bandages and antibiotics. But accepting his gift would have been generous to him, not to our patients. The businessman eventually found a way to channel his generosity more effectively, funding a training program that allowed the clinic to expand their services in ways that matched their actual capacity and their patients' actual needs. But it required him to let go of his original vision and listen carefully to what the community was asking for rather than what he assumed they needed. This distinction becomes especially important in family relationships, where our desire to help the people we love can sometimes interfere with their own growth and self-determination. Maria Santos learned this while trying to support her adult son through a period of unemployment and depression. Maria's first instinct was to fix everything, to pay his rent so he wouldn't face eviction, to send food so he wouldn't go hungry, to offer constant advice about job searching and self-care. Her love was genuine and her desire to help was wholehearted, but she gradually realized that her assistance was enabling him to avoid facing some difficult realities about his situation. The turning point came during a conversation with a counselor who specialized in family dynamics around addiction and mental health. Sometimes, the counselor explained, the most generous thing we can do is to allow people to experience the natural consequences of their choices. Not because we don't care, but because we care enough to let them develop their own strength. This didn't mean abandoning her son, but it meant shifting from rescue mode to support mode. Instead of paying his bills, Maria offered to help him create a budget and explore resources for financial assistance. Instead of sending food, she invited him for family dinners where they could maintain their connection while encouraging him to take responsibility for his daily nutrition. The process was harder for Maria than it was for her son. Watching someone you love struggle while you have the resources to immediately solve their problems requires a different kind of courage than simply writing checks. But over time, she saw her son begin to develop problem-solving skills and self-confidence that he never would have gained if she had continued to shield him from difficulty. This understanding of wise generosity appears throughout Buddhist teachings, often illustrated through stories about masters who refused gifts that would have harmed the giver or receiver. Rebecca Foster encountered one such story during a difficult period in her own life when she was receiving more help than she felt comfortable accepting. Rebecca was going through cancer treatment in Portland, and her community had rallied around her with meals, rides to appointments, house cleaning, and financial assistance. While she was deeply grateful for the support, she also felt guilty about accepting so much help, worried that she was becoming a burden on people who had their own challenges to manage. Her friend David, who had coordinated much of the support, shared a story his meditation teacher had told him about a wealthy merchant who approached the Buddha with an elaborate gift, an ornate golden robe that had cost more than most people earned in a year. The Buddha examined the gift carefully and then suggested that the merchant might consider giving the robe to someone who actually needed clothing, rather than to a monk who already had simple robes adequate for his needs. The merchant was initially offended. Wasn't his generous gift being rejected? But the Buddha explained that true generosity serves the receiver's genuine needs, not the giver's desire to demonstrate their wealth or devotion. The most generous thing I can do, David told Rebecca, is to let you receive help when you need it, and to let you give help when you're able to again. Right now, you're giving us the gift of letting us care for you. That's not a burden, it's part of how community works. This reframed Rebecca's understanding of both receiving and giving. She could accept help during her illness not as charity that diminished her dignity, but as participation in a web of mutual support that she would contribute to when her circumstances allowed. 2 years later, when Rebecca had recovered and her friend David was going through his own health crisis, she was able to offer support with a deep understanding of how to help in ways that empowered rather than diminished the person receiving assistance. She knew the difference between help that said you can't handle this and help that said you don't have to handle this alone. The Buddhist teaching about wise generosity also applies to how we give our time and attention, not just our material resources. Jennifer Kim learned this while volunteering at a literacy program in Los Angeles, where she initially tried to help every student with every problem they encountered, both academic and personal. Her supervising teacher, Mrs. Rodriguez, gently pointed out that Jennifer was burning herself out by trying to be all things to all people. The students don't need you to solve their life problems, she explained. They need you to help them learn to read. When you get distracted by trying to fix everything else, you're not giving them what they actually came here for. This seemed harsh to Jennifer at first. Wasn't it compassionate to care about her students' struggles with housing, employment, family issues, and health problems? But she gradually understood that trying to address problems outside her expertise and role actually diminished her effectiveness in the area where she could genuinely help. She learned to listen to students' personal struggles with empathy while gently redirecting their time together toward literacy goals. When students shared problems that required professional intervention, she learned to connect them with appropriate resources rather than trying to provide counseling herself. This focused approach actually strengthened her relationships with students because they could trust that their tutoring time would be consistently dedicated to learning. They knew they could count on her for reliable, competent help with reading and writing, which gave them a stable foundation from which to address other challenges in their lives. The principle extends to how we respond to social and political issues as well. Michael Torres learned this during his involvement with environmental activism in Denver, where he initially tried to support every cause that seemed morally important: climate change, social justice, animal rights, educational reform, healthcare access. His scattered efforts had little impact, and he felt constantly overwhelmed by the magnitude of problems he was trying to address. A conversation with an experienced organizer helped him understand that effective generosity requires focus as well as passion. You can care about everything, the organizer told him, but you can't effectively work on everything. Choose the issues where your particular skills and resources can make the biggest difference, and trust that other people are working on the problems you can't address. Michael eventually focused his activism on renewable energy policy, an area where his background in engineering and his connections in the business community gave him unique leverage. This didn't mean he stopped caring about other issues, but it meant he could contribute more effectively by concentrating his efforts where they could have genuine impact. Carlos, the homeless veteran who had taught Jacob about true generosity, embodied this principle in his daily life at the shelter. Despite having very little, he was constantly finding ways to help other people navigate the system, share information about resources, and offer emotional support to newcomers who were struggling to adapt to life on the streets. People think generosity is about having money to give away, Carlos told Jacob one evening. But real generosity is about paying attention to what people actually need and offering what you actually have to give. Sometimes that's money, but more often it's time or information, or just someone who listens without trying to fix everything. Carlos had learned to distinguish between helping that empowered people and helping that created dependency. He would teach someone how to fill out forms for government assistance rather than doing it for them. He would share strategies for staying safe on the streets rather than offering false reassurance that everything would be fine. He would listen to people's stories without trying to solve their problems, understanding that sometimes being heard was more valuable than being advised. This approach required Carlos to sometimes withhold help that people requested, not because he didn't care, but because he cared enough to consider what would actually serve their long-term well-being. When someone asked him to share his prescription medication, he would decline but offer to help them access medical care. When someone wanted him to lie to social services on their behalf, he would refuse but discuss other strategies for addressing their situation. Jacob gradually learned to apply this wisdom in his own volunteer work. Instead of arriving at the shelter with preconceived ideas about what people needed, he began asking questions and listening to answers. Instead of trying to solve everyone's problems, he focused on providing reliable, consistent support in the areas where he had genuine expertise. He started a financial literacy workshop for shelter residents who were working toward independent housing, teaching practical skills like budgeting and credit repair that could have lasting impact. He learned to resist the urge to give cash to everyone who asked, instead helping people access programs that could provide more comprehensive assistance. Most importantly, he learned to see the people he served as experts in their own situations rather than passive recipients of his charity. This shift in perspective transformed not just his effectiveness as a volunteer, but his understanding of what it meant to be truly generous. Tonight, as you consider the teaching of wise generosity, you might reflect on the ways you offer help to others and the ways you receive help when you need it. Not to judge yourself for times when your giving might have been misguided, but to appreciate the learning that comes from genuinely caring about others' well-being. True generosity requires the wisdom to distinguish between what we want to give and what others actually need to receive. It asks us to consider not just the immediate impact of our help, but its long-term consequences for the people we're trying to serve. This doesn't mean becoming calculating or withholding assistance from people who are struggling. It means offering help in ways that respect others' dignity and autonomy, that build their capacity rather than increasing their dependence, that address genuine needs rather than our own emotional needs to feel helpful. Sometimes the most generous thing we can do is to give exactly what's requested. Sometimes it's to offer something different than what's requested. And sometimes it's to decline to help in ways that wouldn't actually be helpful, while remaining open to other ways of showing care and support. The deepest teaching of wise generosity is that true giving creates connection rather than hierarchy, empowerment rather than dependency, and mutual respect rather than resentment. When we give skillfully, both the giver and receiver are enriched by the exchange. Carlos still lives at the shelter, but he's no longer just surviving. He's contributing to a community where people support each other through genuine understanding rather than mere charity. Jacob still volunteers there, but now his help creates lasting change rather than temporary relief. And in that shelter in San Antonio, the Buddhist principle of wise generosity plays out every day in small acts of skillful caring. People offering what they have in ways that honor what others need, creating a web of mutual support that transforms everyone it touches. Tomorrow, when opportunities arise to help others, you can carry this wisdom with you. You can ask not just how can I help, but how can I help in a way that serves their genuine well-being? And in that question, you'll discover the difference between generosity that feels good and generosity that does good. Professor William Chen had been teaching philosophy at Berkeley for 28 years when he decided to attend a weekend meditation retreat in the mountains of Northern California. He arrived with 3 decades of academic knowledge about Eastern philosophy, 2 published books on Buddhist thought, and the quiet confidence that comes from being recognized as an expert in his field. The retreat was led by a Zen master named Roshi Tanaka, an elderly Japanese-American man who had been practicing meditation for over 50 years. When the participants gathered for their first session, Professor Chen took a seat in the front row and waited for what he assumed would be a sophisticated discussion of Buddhist philosophy that would complement his scholarly understanding. Instead, Roshi Tanaka began with the most basic instruction imaginable: how to sit properly, how to breathe, how to notice when the mind wandered from the breath. Professor Chen found himself slightly impatient with these elementary teachings. He had written extensively about mindfulness, had taught courses on meditation theory, and had been practicing meditation himself for over a decade. During the first break, Professor Chen approached the teacher with what he thought was a thoughtful question about the relationship between Zen meditation and the philosophical concepts explored in the Lotus Sutra. It was the kind of question that impressed his graduate students and demonstrated his deep familiarity with the literature. Roshi Tanaka listened politely, then asked if Professor Chen would like some tea. As they walked to the kitchen area, the teacher began pouring tea into a cup while Professor Chen continued explaining his understanding of various Buddhist concepts and his questions about their practical application. The teacher continued pouring as Professor Chen spoke, and the tea began to overflow from the cup onto the saucer. Still, the teacher kept pouring, and the tea began spilling from the saucer onto the counter. Professor Chen stopped mid-sentence. "Roshi," he said, "the cup is full. No more tea will go in." The elderly teacher smiled and set down the teapot. "Yes," he said gently, "and like this cup, your mind is so full of what you already know that there is no room for anything new. How can I teach you about meditation when there is no space in your understanding for fresh experience?" Professor Chen felt something shift inside his chest. Not embarrassment exactly, but a sudden recognition of how his expertise might actually be interfering with his learning. For the rest of the retreat, he approached each session as if he were encountering meditation for the first time, setting aside his scholarly knowledge to make room for direct experience. This is the profound teaching hidden in the story of the overflowing teacup. It's not anti-intellectual or dismissive of knowledge and experience. It's a recognition that sometimes our accumulated understanding can become a barrier to new learning, that expertise in one area can create blind spots in others, and that the beginner's mind is often more receptive to wisdom than the expert's mind. Dr. Sarah Kim learnt this lesson while transitioning from emergency medicine to family practice in Seattle. After 15 years of high-intensity hospital work, she thought she understood patient care thoroughly. Emergency medicine had taught her to make quick diagnoses, manage crises efficiently, and move rapidly from one case to the next. But family practice required different skills, building long-term relationships, addressing preventive care, considering social and emotional factors that rarely mattered in emergency situations. Sarah's first months in the new practice were humbling. Her emergency room expertise, while valuable, sometimes interfered with her ability to listen to patients who needed something very different from crisis intervention. The shift began when she started treating an elderly man named Robert, who came in for routine follow-up visits for his diabetes. Sarah approached these appointments with her emergency room mindset, efficiently checking his blood sugar levels, adjusting medications, and providing rapid-fire advice about diet and exercise. After several visits, Robert seemed increasingly withdrawn during their appointments. Finally, he told her, "Doctor, you're very smart and I'm sure you know all about diabetes. But you've never asked me what it's like to live with this disease, what scares me about it, or what challenges I'm facing in managing it at home." Sarah realized that her cup was so full of medical knowledge and emergency procedures that there was no room for the kind of listening and relationship building that family practice required. She began approaching each appointment as if she were learning about diabetes for the first time, not ignoring her medical training, but making space for the patient's expertise about their own experience. This shift transformed her practice. Patients began sharing information about their symptoms, concerns, and challenges that they had never mentioned when she was focused primarily on clinical indicators. Her treatment plans became more effective because they addressed the whole person rather than just the medical condition. The teaching applies to relationships as well as professional development. Michael Rodriguez learned this during the early years of his marriage to Jennifer, when his confidence in his own relationship skills actually created problems rather than solving them. Michael had been through several serious relationships before meeting Jennifer, and he felt like he had learned valuable lessons about communication, conflict resolution, and emotional intimacy. When challenges arose in their marriage, he approached them with the assumption that he already understood how relationships worked and what needed to happen to fix any problems. But Jennifer was different from his previous partners in ways that made his accumulated relationship wisdom sometimes irrelevant or even counterproductive. When she was stressed, she needed quiet time to process her emotions. While his previous partners had preferred to talk through problems immediately, when they disagreed, she responded better to gentle inquiry than to the direct communication style that had worked well in his past relationships. The breakthrough came during a counseling session when the therapist asked Michael to approach the conversation as if he were meeting Jennifer for the first time and was genuinely curious about how her mind worked. Instead of drawing on his assumptions about how relationships should function, he began asking questions about her specific needs, preferences, and emotional patterns. "I had to empty my cup of what I thought I knew about love," Michael reflects, "to make room for learning how to love Jennifer specifically. All my relationship experience was valuable, but it could also be limiting if I wasn't willing to keep learning." This beginner's mind approach strengthened their marriage in ways that surprised them both. Instead of trying to apply generic relationship advice to their specific dynamic, they developed communication patterns that worked for their particular personalities and circumstances. The principle extends to parenting as well. Lisa Martinez discovered this when her second child was born, and she assumed that her experience with her first child had prepared her for all the challenges of raising children. Her first daughter, Anna, had been an easy baby who responded well to routine, slept through the night early, and rarely fussed. Lisa had developed confidence in her parenting skills and had clear ideas about how children should be raised based on what had worked with Anna. But her second daughter, Sophia, was completely different. She was sensitive to noise, resistant to schedules, and needed much more physical comfort and attention. The parenting strategies that had worked beautifully with Anna were not only ineffective with Sophia, but sometimes made her more distressed. Lisa realized that her cup was so full of assumptions about what good parenting looked like that she wasn't paying attention to what Sophia actually needed. She had to empty her mind of her preconceptions and approach Sophia as if she were learning to be a parent for the first time. Each child teaches you how to parent them, Lisa learned. Anna taught me one way, but Sophia needed something completely different. I had to be willing to not know what I was doing in order to discover what would actually work. This shift made Lisa a more effective parent to both daughters. With Anna, she could apply her experience while remaining open to how Anna's needs were changing as she grew. With Sophia, she could experiment with different approaches without feeling like she was failing if her previous methods didn't work. The empty cup teaching appears in professional development as well. James Patterson learned this when he transitioned from being a successful software engineer to managing a team of engineers in Portland. James assumed that his technical expertise would naturally translate into management skills. He knew the work better than anyone, had opinions about best practices, and felt confident in his ability to guide his team towards successful outcomes. But managing people required skills that were completely different from writing code. His technical knowledge, while still valuable, sometimes interfered with his ability to listen to his team members' ideas, to delegate effectively, or to provide the kind of support that helped others develop their own expertise. The learning curve was steep and sometimes painful. Team members began avoiding bringing problems to him because they felt like he would immediately jump to solutions, rather than helping them think through challenges themselves. His direct reports seemed less engaged and creative than they had been before he became their manager. The shift began when his own manager suggested that James approach leadership as if he were learning a completely new skill rather than an extension of his technical abilities. "Your engineering knowledge is valuable," she told him. "But if your cup is too full of solutions, you won't have room to hear the problems that people are actually trying to solve." James began practicing what he called management beginner's mind, approaching each team meeting, one-on-one conversation, and project challenge as if he were encountering leadership for the first time. Instead of immediately offering technical solutions, he started asking questions about what team members thought might work, what resources they needed, and what obstacles they were facing. This empty cup approach transformed his effectiveness as a manager. His team became more creative and collaborative because they had space to contribute their own ideas, rather than just implementing his solutions. Projects succeeded more often because they were built on collective wisdom rather than individual expertise. The teaching extends to learning new skills at any age. Patricia Williams learned this when she decided to learn Spanish at 62, after retiring from her career as an accountant in Phoenix. Patricia approached language learning with the same systematic methods that had made her successful in accounting: organized study schedules, detailed grammar notes, and careful tracking of her progress. These approaches had worked well for learning professional skills, but they seemed to interfere with her ability to develop natural conversational fluency. Her Spanish teacher, Maria, suggested that Patricia try approaching the language like a child rather than like a student. "Children don't worry about making mistakes," Maria explained. "They just play with sounds and words until they start to make sense." This required Patricia to empty her cup of assumptions about how learning should happen. Instead of trying to perfect her grammar before attempting conversations, she began speaking Spanish imperfectly but enthusiastically with anyone willing to practice with her. Instead of being embarrassed by her mistakes, she approached them as interesting information about how the language worked. "I had to become comfortable not knowing," Patricia reflects. "My accounting brain wanted to understand all the rules before applying them, but language learning required me to jump in and figure things out as I went along." This beginner's mind approach accelerated her learning dramatically. Within a year, she was having comfortable conversations with native speakers, not because she had mastered all the grammar rules, but because she had learned to communicate effectively despite her imperfections. Tonight, as you consider the wisdom of the empty cup, you might reflect on areas of your life where your existing knowledge or experience might be interfering with new learning. Not to dismiss what you've already learned, but to create space for fresh understanding and continued growth. The empty cup teaching doesn't suggest that expertise is worthless or that beginners are always superior to experts. It suggests that learning is an ongoing process that requires humility, curiosity, and the willingness to not know everything, even in areas where we have significant experience. Sometimes the most knowledgeable people are the ones who recognize how much they still have to learn. Sometimes the most skilled practitioners are those who remain open to discovering better ways of doing things they've been doing for years. Dr. Ellen Forster, a surgeon with 30 years of experience, learned this when new minimally invasive techniques were developed in her specialty. Her initial reaction was to resist the changes. She was already excellent at traditional surgical approaches, and the new methods required her to rebuild skills she had considered mastered. But younger surgeons who learned the new techniques from the beginning were achieving better patient outcomes with less invasive procedures. Dr. Foster realized that her cup was so full of expertise in traditional methods that she had no room to master the innovations that could benefit her patients. "I had to become a beginner again," she says. "It was humbling to struggle with techniques that residents were learning easily, but it made me a better surgeon and a better teacher. Now I approach every new development in medicine with beginner's mind, assuming I have something to learn rather than something to defend." This willingness to empty the cup and start fresh has become a cornerstone of lifelong learning in rapidly changing fields. The technology workers who remain most employable are often those who can let go of outdated skills to make room for new ones. The teachers who are most effective with diverse student populations are often those who can set aside assumptions about how learning should happen to discover how it actually does happen for different individuals. The deepest wisdom of the empty cup is that it creates space not just for new information, but for new ways of thinking and being. When we're not defending our existing understanding, we become more curious, more flexible, more creative in our approach to challenges. Roberto Silva learned this during his recovery from alcoholism, when his previous strategies for managing stress and emotions were not only ineffective but actively harmful. Recovery required him to empty his cup of old coping mechanisms and remain open to completely different ways of living. "I thought I knew how to handle problems," Roberto reflects, "but my way of handling problems had created bigger problems. I had to admit that I knew nothing about living sober and be willing to learn from people who had figured out what I couldn't figure out myself." This humility became the foundation of his recovery. Instead of trying to modify his existing approaches to life, he approached sobriety with genuine beginner's mind, learning new ways to relax, to socialize, to cope with difficulty, and to find meaning and purpose. "The empty cup saved my life," he says. "As long as I thought I already knew how to live, I couldn't learn how to live differently." As you prepare for sleep tonight, you might consider practicing your own version of the empty cup. If you're facing challenges in any area of your life, relationships, work, health, creativity, you might experiment with approaching them as if you were encountering them for the first time. What would change if you assumed you had something to learn rather than something to prove? What possibilities might open up if you approached tomorrow's conversations with curiosity rather than assumptions? What solutions might emerge if you made space in your understanding for ideas you haven't considered yet? The empty cup doesn't eliminate the value of experience and knowledge. It creates space for that experience to combine with fresh insight in ways that lead to wisdom rather than just expertise. Professor Chen still teaches philosophy at Berkeley, but his classes have changed dramatically since his encounter with the overflowing teacup. He now approaches each semester as if he were exploring Buddhist thought for the first time, discovering new dimensions of familiar concepts through his students' questions and insights. "I used to think my job was to fill my students' minds with what I knew," he reflects. "Now I understand that my job is to empty both their minds and mine, so we can explore these ideas together as if we're all encountering them for the first time." In that classroom, the ancient wisdom of the empty cup creates space for genuine learning, not just the transmission of information from teacher to student, but the collaborative discovery of understanding that emerges when minds are open rather than full. Tonight, let your own mind become like an empty cup, spacious and receptive, ready to receive whatever wisdom tomorrow might offer. In that emptiness, there is not lack but infinite possibility. The cup that can be filled is the one that first consents to be empty. Maria Elena Vasquez had been working as a sound engineer in Los Angeles for 15 years when she realized she had lost the ability to hear silence. Her days were filled with the technical demands of recording studios, mixing boards, audio levels, frequency adjustments, the constant hum of electronic equipment. Her evenings were spent in her Hollywood apartment, where the city's symphony of traffic, sirens, air conditioners, and 1,000 other urban sounds created a backdrop she had long since stopped noticing. It wasn't until she visited her grandmother in a small village outside Taos, New Mexico, that Maria understood what she had been missing. On her first night there, lying in the spare bedroom of her grandmother's adobe house, she was startled awake by something she couldn't identify. She lay in the darkness, listening intently, trying to figure out what had disturbed her sleep. Then she realized it was the silence itself that had awakened her. For the first time in years, she was experiencing the absence of mechanical noise, electronic hums, and urban activity. In that quiet, she could hear sounds she had forgotten existed: the whisper of wind through juniper trees, the distant call of a coyote, the soft, settling sounds of an old house breathing with the night. But more than that, she could hear something within the silence itself, a quality of stillness that seemed to contain infinite depth. Her grandmother, who had been a curandera in her younger years, found Maria sitting by the window at 3 in the morning, listening to the desert night. Mia, her grandmother, said softly, settling into the chair beside her, "You look like someone who has just remembered something important." "Abuela," Maria whispered, "I had forgotten that silence exists. In the city, there's always sound, always noise. I thought silence was just the absence of sound, but this is something else." Her grandmother smiled with the knowing look of someone who had spent decades learning to listen. "There's a story," she said, "about a musician who traveled far to study with a great teacher. He arrived at the teacher's house and was surprised to find the master sitting quietly in his garden, not playing any instrument, not practicing scales, just listening." Maria found herself drawn into the story, grateful for her grandmother's gentle voice in the encompassing quiet. The musician was impatient. He had come to learn advanced techniques, complex compositions, secrets of musical mastery. "Master," he said, "when will you begin teaching me?" The teacher opened his eyes and smiled. "Listen," he said. "What do you hear?" Her grandmother paused, and in that pause, Maria could hear the night settling deeper around them. Not just the absence of daytime sounds, but the presence of something profound that existed in the spaces between sounds. The musician listened and heard birds singing, wind in the trees, water flowing in a distant stream. He listed all these sounds for his teacher, proud of his attentive listening. But the master shook his head. "You are hearing with your ears, but you are not yet listening with your heart. The most important music exists in the spaces between the notes, in the silence that gives meaning to sound." Maria felt something click into place, a recognition that went beyond her grandmother's words to touch something she had always known but never articulated. In her professional life, she had become so focused on manipulating sound that she had lost connection with the silence that made sound possible. The musician spent weeks with the teacher, gradually learning to hear not just sounds but the silence that contained them. He discovered that music doesn't fill silence, it dances with silence. The most powerful moments in any piece of music are often the pauses, the spaces where silence creates anticipation, resolution, meaning. This understanding transformed how Maria approached her work when she returned to Los Angeles. She began building moments of conscious silence into her recording sessions, helping musicians discover the power of strategic pauses. She learned to hear the quality of silence in different spaces, the warm silence of a well-designed studio versus the dead silence of an over-dampened room. But more importantly, she began creating intentional silence in her own life. Each morning before work, she would sit quietly for 20 minutes, not meditating exactly, but simply listening to whatever silence was available, even in the city. She discovered that silence wasn't really absent from urban life. It was layered beneath the surface noise, accessible to anyone who learned how to listen for it. This is the profound teaching hidden in the story of the musician and the master. Silence isn't empty space waiting to be filled with sound or activity. It's a living presence that gives meaning and context to everything that emerges from it. Learning to appreciate silence transforms how we experience not just music and sound, but thought, conversation, and life itself. Dr. James Wright learned this lesson while working as a therapist in Boston, where his initial approach to counseling was focused on keeping conversations moving, asking questions, offering insights, ensuring that every session was filled with productive dialogue. He measured success by how much talking happened, how many issues were addressed, how efficiently problems were explored and solutions discussed. But he began noticing that his most transformative sessions often included long stretches of silence, moments when clients would pause in their speaking, sit quietly with their thoughts, and then share insights that surprised them both. These silences weren't awkward gaps to be filled. They were spaces where deeper understanding could emerge. The shift in his practice began when he worked with a client named Sarah who was grieving her mother's death. Sarah would often start sentences and then stop, sitting quietly for what felt like minutes before continuing. Dr. Wright's initial instinct was to prompt her, to ask gentle questions that would help her articulate her feelings. But one day, he decided to simply sit with her in the silence, not rushing to fill the space with words or guidance. In that quiet, Sarah began to access emotions and memories that hadn't been available when she felt pressured to keep talking. The silence became a container for her grief, allowing it to be present without needing to be explained or analyzed. I learned that healing often happens in the spaces between words, Dr. Wright reflects. When we're constantly talking, we're often staying on the surface of our experience. Silence allows us to drop deeper, to feel what we're actually feeling instead of just thinking about what we think we should be feeling. This understanding changed his approach to therapy dramatically. He began teaching clients to value the pauses in their own speech, to notice what wanted to emerge in moments of quiet, to trust that silence could be as therapeutic as conversation. The principle extends to relationships outside therapeutic settings as well. Rebecca Martinez learned this during a difficult period in her marriage to David, when their conversations had become battlegrounds where each person fought to be heard, understood, and validated. Every discussion felt rushed and defensive, with both partners interrupting each other, preparing their responses instead of listening, filling every pause with more arguments or explanations. They were talking constantly but communicating rarely, creating noise instead of connection. The breakthrough came during a counseling session when their therapist suggested they try a different approach to conversation. Instead of immediately responding to each other's statements, they would pause for 10 seconds before speaking. Instead of filling silences with more words, they would let quiet moments exist naturally. At first, the silences felt awkward and artificial, Rebecca remembers. We were so used to rapid-fire exchanges that pausing felt like we were being forced to slow down. But in those quiet moments, something shifted. I could actually hear what David was trying to tell me instead of just preparing my counter-argument. The practice gradually transformed their communication. In the silence between David's words and Rebecca's response, space opened for empathy, understanding, and the kind of listening that allowed them to connect with each other's underlying needs, rather than just defending their surface positions. They discovered that many of their arguments had been fueled not by genuine disagreement, but by the rushed pace of their conversations, which didn't allow time for nuance, context, or the subtle emotional information that often contained the real message. This appreciation for silence appears in parenting as well. Michael Santos learned this while raising his teenage daughter, Sophia. When their conversations had become tense negotiations where she felt interrogated and he felt shut out. Michael's approach to parenting had been influenced by advice about staying connected with teenagers through frequent communication. He would ask Sophia about her day, her friends, her feelings, her plans, a constant stream of questions that were well-intentioned but felt intrusive to a young person trying to develop independence. The shift came when Sophia told him, "Dad, sometimes I want to tell you things, but you're always asking before I'm ready to share. Can you just be around without needing me to talk all the time?" Michael began experimenting with silent presence, being available without being demanding, creating space for conversation without forcing it. He would sit on the porch while Sophia did homework nearby, work in the garden while she read on the back steps, cook dinner while she helped without feeling obligated to fill the time with talk. In this relaxed silence, Sophia began sharing more about her life than she ever had during his previous attempts at active communication. When she wasn't feeling pressured to respond to questions, she could think about what she actually wanted to say and find her own timing for sharing it. "I learned that silence is a form of respect," Michael reflects. "It says, I trust you to know what you want to share and when you're ready to share it." It creates space for people to come to you instead of feeling like you're coming at them. The teaching extends to creative work as well. Jennifer Kim discovered this while writing her first novel in Seattle, when she had been approaching the creative process as a problem to be solved through constant effort and productivity. She would sit at her computer every day, forcing herself to produce a certain number of words, filling pages with prose that felt labored and artificial. The pressure to constantly generate content was creating writing that had no space for inspiration, intuition, or the kind of unexpected insights that make stories come alive. The breakthrough came when she began incorporating periods of intentional silence into her writing process. Instead of immediately starting to type when she sat down to work, she would spend 10 minutes simply sitting quietly with her story, allowing characters and scenes to exist in her imagination without rushing to capture them in words. In these silent periods, she often discovered plot developments, dialogue, or character insights that she never would have accessed through forced productivity. The quiet time became generative rather than empty, creating space for her subconscious mind to offer gifts that her conscious effort couldn't produce. "I realized that stories need silence to develop," Jennifer reflects. "When I was constantly pushing to produce words, I wasn't giving the deeper layers of the narrative time to emerge. Silence became as essential to my writing process as the actual writing." This understanding of creative silence appears in many artistic traditions. Patricia Williams learned this while taking up watercolor painting in her retirement, when her initial approach was to cover every inch of paper with color and detail. Her teacher, an elderly artist named Mrs. Chen, watched Patricia's tendency to fill every space and gently suggested a different approach. In Chinese painting, she explained, we say that the white paper is not empty space to be filled. It's an essential element of the composition. The places where you don't paint are as important as the places where you do. This required Patricia to completely reimagine her relationship with emptiness and silence in visual art. Instead of seeing blank areas as incomplete, she learned to use them intentionally. Understanding that space gives meaning and breathing room to the elements that are present. Her paintings became more powerful as she learned to trust the silence between brushstrokes, the quiet spaces that allowed the viewer's eye to rest and the painted elements to have greater impact. The principle appears in leadership as well. Robert Kim learned this during his transition from individual contributor to department manager in Portland, when his initial approach to leadership was based on constant communication, frequent meetings, and comprehensive oversight of every project. His team members began showing signs of stress and creativity decline, not because the work was too challenging, but because they felt micromanaged and didn't have space to think independently about problems and solutions. The shift came when Robert began experimenting with what he called leadership silence, creating space in meetings for team members to think before speaking, resisting the urge to immediately offer solutions to every problem they raised, allowing projects to develop without constant input from him. I discovered that good leadership often involves knowing when not to talk, Robert reflects. When I gave my team silence, they filled it with creativity, initiative, and collaborative problem solving that was much more effective than my constant guidance. This approach didn't mean becoming passive or uninvolved, but it meant trusting his team's competence and creating the quiet space necessary for their best thinking to emerge. Tonight, as you rest in whatever silence is available to you, you might consider the role that quiet plays in your own life. Not just the absence of noise, but the presence of spaciousness in your conversations, your creative work, your relationships, your own inner experience. The musician in the story eventually became a great teacher himself, but his students often said that his most powerful teaching happened in the moments between his words, in the pauses that allowed his wisdom to settle into their understanding rather than just passing through their ears. Maria still works as a sound engineer in Los Angeles, but her relationship with both sound and silence has been transformed by that night in her grandmother's house. She has become known for creating recordings that breathe, that have space for listeners to enter and participate rather than just consume. I learned that silence isn't the opposite of music, she says. It's music's partner. They dance together to create meaning that neither could achieve alone. In the high desert of New Mexico, her grandmother still sits in her garden each evening, listening to the symphony of silence that contains and gives meaning to every sound. She understands what the old teachers knew, that in quiet we discover not emptiness, but fullness, not absence, but presence, not nothing, but everything that exists in the spaces between our thoughts. Tomorrow, when the world offers its constant stream of noise and activity, you can remember the musician's lesson. You can listen not just to sounds, but to the silence that makes them meaningful. You can create pauses in your conversations that allow deeper truth to emerge. You can appreciate the quiet moments that give context and richness to the active ones. In that appreciation, you might discover what Maria found in her grandmother's house. That silence isn't something to be filled, but something to be received. Not empty space, but living presence. Not the absence of life, but the very foundation that makes all life possible. The most important music exists in the spaces between the notes. The most profound conversations happen in the pauses between words. The deepest understanding emerges in the silence between thoughts. Tonight, let yourself rest in that silence. Let it remind you that beneath all the noise and activity of daily life, there is always this quiet presence available, patient, spacious, and full of infinite possibility. In the beginning was the Word, but before the Word was the silence that made speaking possible, and to that silence, eventually, all words return. Listen. David Richardson had been struggling with anxiety and depression for 3 years. When his therapist suggested something that seemed almost too simple to be helpful. Every morning, Dr. Martinez said during their session in Austin, "I want you to spend 5 minutes cleaning a mirror, not because it's dirty, but as a practice of attention." David looked skeptical. He had tried meditation apps, breathing exercises, positive affirmations, and various medications. How could something as mundane as mirror cleaning possibly address the mental fog and emotional heaviness that had been clouding his days? There's an old teaching story, Dr. Martinez explained, about a student who approached a Zen master asking how to achieve enlightenment. The master handed him a cloth and pointed to a dusty mirror hanging on the temple wall. "Clean this every day," the master said, "and you will understand." David went home that evening and found himself standing in front of his bathroom mirror, cloth in hand, feeling slightly ridiculous. The mirror wasn't particularly dirty, just the usual water spots and fingerprints that accumulate on any frequently used surface. But as he began the gentle circular motions of cleaning, something unexpected began to happen. First, he noticed how his breathing naturally settled into a rhythm that matched his movements. Then he became aware of the simple satisfaction that came from watching streaks disappear and clarity emerge. But most remarkably, as the mirror became cleaner, David found himself becoming more present, less caught up in the anxious thoughts that usually dominated his mornings, more connected to this simple, immediate task. The student in the teaching story, Dr. Martinez had explained, spent months cleaning the mirror every day, growing increasingly frustrated with what seemed like a pointless exercise. Other students were receiving complex philosophical teachings, engaging in sophisticated debates about consciousness and enlightenment, while he was relegated to janitorial work. After 6 months of daily mirror cleaning, the student finally approached the master in frustration. "I've been cleaning this mirror for months," he said, "and I'm no closer to enlightenment than when I started. When will you give me real teachings?" The master walked over to the mirror, which now gleamed with perfect clarity. "Look," he said to the student, "what do you see?" "I see my reflection," the student replied impatiently. "And what is that reflection?" the master asked. "It's ... me, my face, my form." "Yes," the master smiled. "But 6 months ago, when this mirror was covered with dust, could you see yourself clearly?" The student paused, beginning to understand. No, the dust obscured the reflection. Exactly. The mirror was always perfect, always capable of perfect reflection. The dust didn't change the mirror's essential nature. It only prevented you from seeing clearly. Your mind is like this mirror. It doesn't need to become enlightened. It already has the capacity for perfect awareness. It only needs the dust of thoughts, judgments, and distractions to be gently cleared away. The student realized that the daily practice of cleaning the mirror had been training him to recognize and remove the mental dust that obscured his natural clarity. Each circular motion with the cloth had been a meditation on attention, presence, and the patient work of revealing what was already there. David began to understand this teaching through his own daily practice. As weeks passed, the 5 minutes of mirror cleaning became an anchor point in his day, a time when the anxious thoughts that usually crowded his mind would settle into the background, replaced by simple awareness of the task at hand. But the practice taught him something even more valuable than temporary relief from anxiety. It showed him that his mind's essential nature, underneath all the worry and depression, was clear and aware. The negative thoughts and dark moods weren't permanent features of his consciousness. They were like dust on a mirror, temporarily obscuring his natural capacity for peace and clarity. This understanding gradually changed how David related to his difficult emotions. Instead of seeing anxiety and depression as evidence that something was fundamentally wrong with him, he began to recognize them as temporary mental dust that could be gently acknowledged and cleared away. The practice spread beyond the bathroom mirror to other aspects of his life. When David noticed his mind becoming clouded with worry at work, he would take a moment to mentally polish his awareness, bringing attention back to his breath and the present moment. When depression threatened to overwhelm him in the evening, he would remind himself that the darkness was like dust on a mirror, real but temporary, obscuring but not damaging his essential nature. This is the profound wisdom hidden in the teaching of the dusty mirror. Our consciousness doesn't need to be fixed, improved, or transformed into something it isn't. It only needs to be cleaned, gently and regularly, of the accumulated thoughts, judgments, and mental habits that cloud our natural clarity. Sarah Kim learned this lesson while recovering from a painful divorce in Seattle, when months of counseling and self-help books had provided intellectual understanding but little emotional relief. Her therapist suggested a variation of the mirror practice, spending 10 minutes each morning literally polishing objects in her home, using the physical act as meditation on mental clarity. Sarah chose her grandmother's silver tea set, which had been tarnishing in storage since the divorce. As she worked with the soft cloth and gentle polish, she found herself entering a state of calm concentration that had been elusive during more traditional meditation attempts. The tarnish wasn't permanent, Sarah reflects. It was just oxidation that built up over time. Underneath, the silver was still perfect, still beautiful. I started to understand that the pain and bitterness I was carrying wasn't who I really was. It was just emotional tarnish that could be polished away. The daily practice of polishing silver became Sarah's way of polishing her heart. As the tea set gradually returned to its original luster, she found her own emotional clarity returning as well. The divorce still hurt, but the pain no longer felt like a permanent stain on her identity. The teaching applies to relationships as well. Michael Torres learned this while working to repair trust with his teenage son, after a period of conflict and misunderstanding had damaged their connection. For months, their interactions had been tense and awkward, clouded by old resentments and accumulated hurts. Michael had been trying to improve their relationship through grand gestures and lengthy conversations about their problems. But these efforts often seemed to make things worse. The breakthrough came when Michael began approaching their relationship like mirror cleaning, making small, consistent efforts to clear away the dust of past conflicts without trying to fix everything at once. Instead of addressing every issue in their history, he focused on simple, present moment interactions. He began leaving encouraging notes in his son's lunch. He offered help with homework without lectures about responsibility. He listened to his son's music without offering opinions about its value. Each of these small actions was like a gentle, circular motion with a cleaning cloth, gradually removing the dust that had accumulated on their relationship. Over time, their connection began to clear. Not because Michael had solved all their problems, but because he had consistently polished away the small daily irritations and misunderstandings that had been clouding their natural affection for each other. I realized that our love had never been broken, Michael says. It was just covered up by a lot of accumulated dust from years of not communicating well. Once I started cleaning that away regularly, the relationship underneath was still strong and beautiful. This understanding of mental and emotional maintenance appears in many areas of life. Jennifer Martinez learned this while struggling with creative blocks in her work as a graphic designer in Phoenix, when she had been approaching each new project as if she needed to generate inspiration from nothing. But inspiration, she discovered, was like a clear mirror. It was always there, just sometimes obscured by the dust of self-doubt, external pressure, and accumulated mental clutter. Instead of trying to force creativity, she began practicing what she called creative mirror cleaning. Before starting any design project, Jennifer would spend time clearing away the mental dust, the client's expectations, her own performance anxiety, comparison with other designers' work, worries about deadlines. This wasn't done through forced positive thinking, but through gentle attention to the present moment and trust in her natural creative capacity. Creativity isn't something I have to manufacture, Jennifer learned. It's something I have to reveal by clearing away the things that obscure it. When my mind is clear, creative solutions emerge naturally. This approach transformed both the quality of her work and her enjoyment of the creative process. Instead of struggling against creative blocks, she learned to recognize them as temporary dust that could be polished away through patient attention and self-compassion. The principle extends to physical health as well. Dr. Lisa Patel learned this while working with chronic pain patients in Denver, when she realized that traditional medical approaches often focused on adding treatments, rather than removing obstacles to the body's natural healing capacity. She began incorporating what she called healing mirror practice into her patient care, helping people identify and gently remove the lifestyle factors that were clouding their body's natural ability to recover and maintain health. The body has an incredible capacity for healing, Dr. Patel explains, but that capacity can be obscured by poor sleep, chronic stress, inadequate nutrition, and other factors that act like dust on a mirror. Instead of just treating symptoms, we started focusing on clearing away these obstacles so the body's natural healing could function. This approach led to remarkable improvements in many of her patients' conditions, not through dramatic interventions, but through consistent attention to the daily practices that either support or obscure natural health. Robert Chen learned this lesson while dealing with insomnia in Portland, when months of sleep medications and sleep hygiene advice had provided only marginal improvement. His doctor suggested he try approaching sleep like mirror cleaning, gently removing the daily accumulation of mental and physical tension that was clouding his natural ability to rest. Instead of trying to force sleep, Robert began a bedtime practice of systematically clearing away the dust of the day. He would spend 10 minutes reviewing his day without judgment, acknowledging any unfinished emotional business without trying to solve it, and then gently setting it aside like wiping dust from a mirror. I realized that my insomnia wasn't a broken sleep mechanism, Robert reflects. It was a natural sleep capacity that was being obscured by accumulated daily stress. Once I learned to clear that away regularly, sleep became natural again. The practice didn't work immediately, but over weeks of patient attention to nightly mental cleaning, Robert's sleep quality gradually improved. More importantly, he learned to trust his body's natural rhythms instead of fighting against them. This understanding of gentle, consistent maintenance appears in spiritual practices across cultures. Patricia Williams learned this while exploring meditation in her retirement in Tucson, when her initial expectations of dramatic spiritual experiences had been replaced by frustration with what seemed like a lack of progress. Her meditation teacher, an elderly woman named Sister Marie, suggested that Patricia was approaching meditation like someone expecting to build a mirror from scratch, instead of someone learning to clean the mirror that was already there. Your essential nature is already perfect, Sister Marie explained. Meditation isn't about becoming someone different. It's about regularly cleaning away the thoughts and distractions that prevent you from recognizing who you already are. This shifted Patricia's entire approach to spiritual practice. Instead of waiting for enlightenment experiences, she began appreciating the simple clarity that emerged during regular meditation. Instead of judging her practice based on dramatic insights, she learned to value the gentle process of daily mental cleaning. I stopped trying to achieve special states, Patricia says, and started appreciating the ordinary miracle of clear awareness that was always available when I cleaned away the mental dust. The mirror teaching offers a revolutionary understanding of personal growth and healing. Instead of needing to acquire new qualities or become someone different, we only need to reveal the clarity and wisdom that are already our natural inheritance. This doesn't mean that growth and learning aren't important. It means recognizing that our capacity for peace, love, creativity, and wisdom aren't qualities we need to develop from nothing. They're already present, waiting to be revealed through the patient work of removing whatever obscures them. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, you might consider what dusty mirrors exist in your own life, not to add another task to your to-do list, but to appreciate the simple power of gentle, consistent attention to whatever clouds your natural clarity. Perhaps it's the daily accumulation of stress that obscures your natural peace. Perhaps it's negative self-talk that clouds your self-compassion. Perhaps it's mental busyness that prevents you from accessing your natural wisdom and creativity. The practice doesn't require perfection or dramatic effort. Like cleaning a physical mirror, it only requires gentle, regular attention, acknowledgement of what has accumulated, and patient work to clear it away without judgment about how it got there. David still practices mirror cleaning each morning in Austin, but now the physical act is just one expression of a larger understanding. Throughout his day, when he notices anxiety or depression beginning to cloud his mind, he pauses and mentally polishes his awareness, trusting that his natural clarity is always there beneath whatever temporary dust has accumulated. The mirror was never broken, he says. I just needed to learn how to keep it clean. And the amazing thing is, the cleaner it gets, the easier it becomes to maintain. Clarity builds on itself. In Zen temples throughout the world, students still practice daily mirror cleaning, understanding that this simple act is actually profound spiritual training. They learn that enlightenment isn't a distant goal to be achieved, but a natural state to be revealed through patient, gentle attention to whatever obscures it. The Master's teaching was complete in its simplicity. The mirror is already perfect, already capable of flawless reflection. It only needs the dust to be wiped away, not once, but regularly, with the same gentle care we would give to any precious object we wanted to keep in perfect condition. Your consciousness is that precious mirror. Your awareness is already perfect, already capable of reflecting reality with complete clarity. The thoughts, worries, judgments, and emotions that seem to cloud your mind are not permanent stains. They're dust that can be gently acknowledged and wiped away. Tomorrow, when life accumulates its daily dust on the mirror of your awareness, you'll know what to do. Not fight against the dust or judge yourself for having it, but simply notice it with compassion and patiently polish it away, revealing once again the natural clarity that was never really gone. Clean the mirror, see yourself clearly, trust what you find there. In that clear reflection, you'll discover not someone who needs to be fixed or improved, but someone who was always already whole, already wise, already capable of the peace and joy that are your birthright. The dust will come again tomorrow, and you'll clean it away again. This is not endless work, it's the gentle maintenance that allows your true nature to shine. Every morning, pick up the cloth. Every morning, trust the mirror beneath. Every morning, reveal again the clarity that makes everything else possible. This is the practice. This is the path. This is enough. In her small apartment in Portland, Oregon, Claire Thompson sits at her kitchen table each morning with a cup of tea, watching the rain trace patterns down her window. For the past 2 years, since beginning her meditation practice, she has woven the ancient Buddhist stories she's learned into the fabric of her American life in ways that surprise her with their practical wisdom. The stories haven't made her life perfect. She still faces the same challenges that touch every human existence: work stress, relationship complexities, financial concerns, the ordinary struggles of navigating modern life. But something fundamental has shifted in how she meets these challenges, like learning to dance with difficulties rather than fight against them. Yesterday, standing in line at the grocery store behind a woman arguing loudly with the cashier about expired coupons, Claire found herself remembering the story of the empty boat. Instead of feeling irritated by the delay, she saw a person, probably having a difficult day, taking out her frustration on someone who couldn't fight back. The woman wasn't trying to ruin Claire's evening. She was just an empty boat, drifting with her own troubles. "I'm sorry this is taking so long," the cashier said when Claire reached the counter, her face flushed with embarrassment. "No worries at all," Claire replied, and meant it. "We all have those days. This is how ancient wisdom lives, in contemporary America, not as exotic philosophy or retreat from reality, but as practical tools for remaining human in a world that often feels overwhelming. The stories don't eliminate life's difficulties. They transform our relationship to those difficulties in ways that create space for compassion, wisdom, and unexpected grace. Claire's neighbor, Marcus, learned this during his father's extended illness, when months of hospital visits and medical decisions had left him feeling depleted and resentful. The story of the two arrows helped him distinguish between the genuine grief of watching his father decline and the additional suffering he was creating through mental arguments with reality. "Dad's sick, that's the first arrow," Marcus would remind himself during particularly difficult visits. "Me being angry that he's sick, or guilty that I can't fix it, or frustrated with the healthcare system, those are second arrows. I can choose not to pick those up." This practice didn't make his father's illness less heartbreaking, but it freed Marcus to be more present for the love and connection that was still possible in their remaining time together. He could put his energy into holding his father's hand rather than fighting with circumstances beyond his control. These teachings spread through communities in organic ways, adapted to American settings while retaining their essential wisdom. In a high school in Detroit, teacher Jennifer Walsh uses the "Maybe So" story to help students navigate the college application process, teaching them to hold both acceptances and rejections lightly, understanding that their worth isn't determined by admissions decisions and that apparent setbacks often lead to unexpected opportunities. When you get rejected from your dream school, she tells her students, remember the farmer who lost his horse. You don't know the whole story yet. Maybe this disappointment will lead you to discover a different path that's even better suited to who you're becoming. Her students have learned to respond to both successes and failures with curious openness rather than immediate judgment, creating resilience that serves them well beyond high school. In corporate offices across the country, employees are discovering that refusing the gift of anger transforms workplace dynamics. Rachel Kim, a project manager in Austin, practices this when dealing with hostile emails from stressed colleagues. Instead of responding defensively or absorbing others' frustration, she separates useful information from emotional toxicity. I can address legitimate concerns without accepting the anger that comes with them, Rachel explains. When someone sends me a furious email about a project delay, I respond to the delay issue professionally while letting their emotional reaction remain their responsibility. This approach has made Rachel more effective as a manager and created a more collaborative atmosphere on her team. People feel heard without their emotional storms being amplified by defensive reactions. The wisdom appears in parenting as well. David Martinez, raising 2 young children in Phoenix, uses the broken cup teaching to help his family appreciate temporary experiences more fully. When his 5-year-old daughter cries because her ice cream is finished, David reminds her gently, the ice cream was already gone before we bought it. Everything delicious ends eventually. That's what made it special while we had it. This isn't fatalistic thinking, but presence-building awareness. His children are learning to savor experiences completely rather than clutching at them desperately, to feel sadness about endings without despair about impermanence. The empty cup teaching appears in book clubs and discussion groups, where people practice approaching familiar topics with beginner's mind. In a suburban Philadelphia library, retired teacher Margaret Foster facilitates a group that explores literature with fresh eyes, setting aside preconceptions to discover new layers of meaning in books they thought they understood completely. "We read To Kill a Mockingbird last month," Margaret shares, "but instead of discussing it as a classic we all knew, we approached it as if encountering it for the first time. The conversation was completely different, more nuanced, more personal, more alive than any discussion we'd had about important literature." This practice has transformed how group members approach not just reading but learning in general, creating space for discovery rather than confirmation of existing opinions. Healthcare workers across the country find particular solace in these teachings. Dr. Sarah Chen, working in a Seattle emergency room, carries the strawberry story with her through every shift. When faced with tragic cases that could overwhelm her emotionally, she looks for small moments of connection, competence, or care that exist alongside the suffering. "Last week, I lost a patient despite everything we tried," Dr. Chen reflects. "In the midst of that devastating outcome, I noticed how beautifully the nursing team worked together, how grateful the family was for our efforts, how much we all cared about doing our best. Those weren't consolation prizes, they were real goodness, existing in the same space as genuine tragedy." This practice helps healthcare workers avoid both emotional numbing and emotional burnout, staying present for both the pain and the grace that coexist in medical settings. The teachings adapt to contemporary challenges in ways that honor both their ancient wisdom and modern realities. College counselors use Kisa Gotami's story to help students dealing with mental health challenges understand that their struggles connect them to the universal human experience rather than isolating them from it. Every family has someone struggling with anxiety, depression, or other mental health challenges. Counselor Lisa Patel tells students at the University of Colorado, "Your pain isn't evidence that you're broken, it's evidence that you're human, part of the same family as everyone else who has ever struggled to find balance and peace." This understanding reduces the shame and isolation that often accompany mental health difficulties, helping students seek support rather than suffer in silence. The wisdom appears in addiction recovery programs, where the mirror teaching helps people understand that their essential nature hasn't been destroyed by substance abuse, it's been temporarily obscured by the dust of addiction. Recovery becomes a process of gentle cleaning rather than fundamental reconstruction. "I'm not becoming a new person in recovery," says James Rodriguez, 3 years sober in Albuquerque. "I'm rediscovering who I always was underneath the addiction." Every day of sobriety is like polishing away a little more of what was covering up my real self. This perspective transforms recovery from self-improvement project to self-revelation practice, building on inherent strength rather than attempting to create qualities from nothing. Social justice workers find that the teachings offer sustainable approaches to advocacy and activism. Maria Santos, organizing immigrant rights campaigns in San Antonio, uses the maybe so wisdom to maintain hope and effectiveness despite political setbacks. "We don't know the full story of how social change unfolds," Maria explains. "What looks like defeat today might plant seeds for tomorrow's breakthrough. What seems like victory might reveal new challenges we hadn't anticipated. We work for justice while holding outcomes lightly. This approach prevents both despair when progress seems slow and complacency when victories are achieved, creating sustainable engagement with long-term social transformation. The stories even transform how people navigate modern technology and social media. Rebecca Walsh, a college professor in Boston, teaches her students to practice empty boat awareness online, recognizing that hostile comments and social media conflicts often come from people struggling with their own difficulties rather than making thoughtful assessments of others' worth. Before responding to online criticism, Rebecca advises, ask yourself, is there really someone in this boat who knows me and has thought carefully about what they're saying? Or is this just an empty vessel floating randomly into my awareness? This practice reduces the emotional impact of social media negativity, while maintaining openness to legitimate feedback and genuine connection. In retirement communities across the country, elderly residents share these stories as practical wisdom for aging with grace. Eleanor Peterson, living in an assisted living facility in Miami, uses the already broken cup teaching to help fellow residents appreciate their current capacities rather than grieving exclusively for lost abilities. Our bodies are already fragile, already changing, Eleanor tells her friends during their weekly coffee gathering. Fighting against aging just makes it harder. When we accept that everything is temporary, we can enjoy what we still have instead of spending all our energy mourning what's gone. This approach doesn't eliminate sadness about physical decline, but it creates space for gratitude, connection, and continued growth, even in life's final chapters. The teachings weave through American communities like underground streams, surfacing in unexpected places where people discover ancient wisdom speaks directly to contemporary challenges. In corporate meditation rooms and community gardens, in therapy offices and family kitchens, in hospitals and schools, the stories find new expression while retaining their essential truth. They don't require conversion to Buddhism or abandonment of other spiritual traditions. They offer practical tools for being human with greater skill, wisdom, and compassion, regardless of religious background or philosophical orientation. Claire still sits at her kitchen table each morning, watching rain patterns and drinking tea. But now, she carries with her throughout the day a collection of invisible tools, ways of seeing and being that transform ordinary moments into opportunities for wisdom, patience, and grace. When her teenager comes home, grumpy from school, Claire sees an empty boat and responds with curiosity rather than defensiveness. When work deadlines create stress, she practices strawberry awareness, finding small moments of satisfaction and beauty within the pressure. When plans don't unfold as expected, she remembers the Kansas farmer and approaches uncertainty with maybe-so openness. These aren't exotic spiritual practices requiring special training or retreat from normal life. They're ways of meeting life with greater skill, developed over centuries by people who faced the same fundamental challenges we all face: loss, change, difficult relationships, uncertainty, the search for meaning and peace in an often chaotic world. The stories offer what every human heart seeks: practical wisdom for navigating difficulty, perspective that creates space around problems, and the deep reassurance that we're not alone in our struggles. They remind us that wisdom traditions exist not to make us more spiritual, but to make us more human, more capable of love, patience, understanding, and grace. Tonight, as communities across America settle into evening routines, countless people carry these ancient teachings into their contemporary lives. Teachers and students, parents and children, healthcare workers and patients, friends and strangers, all connected by stories that have traveled across centuries and cultures to offer their gifts to anyone ready to receive them. The empty boat still floats down American rivers, teaching patience to anyone willing to see their irritation differently. The wild strawberry still grows within reach of modern troubles, offering sweetness to those who remember to taste it. The farmer still tends his Kansas fields, responding to each day's surprises with curious openness. The mirror still waits to be cleaned, ready to reflect the clarity that was never really lost. These stories live now, not in ancient texts, but in living hearts, not in distant monasteries, but in American neighborhoods, not as relics of the past, but as tools for creating a more compassionate present and a wiser future. In this weaving together of ancient wisdom and contemporary life, something beautiful emerges, not the elimination of difficulty, but the transformation of our relationship to difficulty. Not the achievement of perfection, but the discovery of peace within imperfection. Not escape from the human condition, but full embracing of what it means to be human in all its complexity and grace. The stories continue, carried forward by each person who learns to see with softer eyes, respond with greater wisdom, and trust that even in the midst of challenge and change, there is always an invitation to choose understanding over reactivity, presence over anxiety, love over fear. This is how wisdom travels, not through conquest, but through recognition. Not through force, but through gentle invitation. Not through demand, but through the simple offering of tools that make life more workable and hearts more open. Tonight, the stories rest in countless hearts across America, ready to offer their gifts tomorrow to anyone who remembers to listen. In the quiet sanctuary of this moment, as the last whispers of day settle into the gentle arms of night, you have traveled through 13 chambers of ancient wisdom, each one a doorway to a deeper understanding of what it means to be human in this beautiful, complex world. Tonight, as you rest here in the safety of your own space, you carry within you invisible treasures, stories that have been traveling toward you for over 2,000 years. Wisdom that has crossed oceans and centuries to arrive at this precise moment when your heart was ready to receive it. The empty boat from the first story still drifts through your awareness, reminding you that most of the anger and frustration you encounter isn't really about you at all. Tomorrow, when someone cuts you off in traffic or speaks harshly in a moment of their own pain, you'll remember that boats float empty more often than we realize. You can choose to let them pass by without climbing aboard their anger, without making their struggle your own. The wild strawberry grows even now in the space between your thoughts, sweet and available whenever you remember to taste the present moment instead of being consumed by fears of the future or regrets about the past. Even in your most challenging moments, there is always something here. Your breath, the surface that supports you, the simple miracle of awareness itself that can anchor you in what is real and immediate. The two arrows that once seemed inseparable have become distinct in your understanding. You know now that while life will always bring its inevitable sorrows and difficulties, You don't have to multiply that pain with the stories your mind creates about what it all means. The first arrow is enough to bear. The second arrow is optional, and you have learned to recognize the difference. The mustard seed that Kisar Gautami never found has taught you that some searches are meant not to succeed, but to transform the seeker. Your grief, when it comes, connects you to the vast family of humans who have loved and lost before you. Your struggles make you not strange, but fundamentally, beautifully human. In your pain, you are never alone. The Kansas farmer's gentle maybe so lives in you now, like a wise internal voice that knows better than to judge too quickly, that understands how often life surprises us with outcomes we never could have predicted. You can hold your plans lightly, your successes with humility, your setbacks with curiosity, knowing that the story is always larger than the chapter you can currently see. The gift of anger that you now know how to politely decline has freed you to respond rather than react, to engage with problems without absorbing the emotional toxicity that often surrounds them. You can care deeply about others without carrying their struggles as if they were your own, can offer help without taking on the weight of everything you cannot fix. The precious cup that was always already broken has taught you to love with an open hand, to appreciate the temporary gifts of relationship and beauty and health while you have them, knowing that their impermanence makes them not less valuable but infinitely more precious. Every conversation, every sunset, every ordinary moment becomes irreplaceable when held in the light of this understanding. The wise generosity you've learned goes beyond giving what people ask for to offering what they actually need, sometimes including the dignity of solving their own problems while feeling supported in the process. You know now that the most helpful help often comes disguised as patient presence rather than immediate rescue. Your cup of understanding has learned to empty itself regularly, making space for new learning even in areas where you have experience and expertise. You can approach each day's conversations and challenges with curiosity rather than the need to prove what you already know, discovering that beginners often see possibilities that experts miss. The silence between sounds has become as meaningful to you as the sounds themselves. You've learned to create and appreciate spaces of quiet where deeper wisdom can emerge, where relationships can breathe, where your own inner voice can be heard beneath the constant noise of thoughts and plans and external demands. The mirror of your awareness knows now that it doesn't need to be fixed or improved, only gently cleaned of the daily dust that accumulates on every human consciousness. Your peace was never lost, just temporarily obscured. Your wisdom was never absent, just covered over by the busyness of living. Your capacity for love was never broken, just forgotten beneath layers of hurt and habit. These stories have woven themselves into the fabric of your being, not as foreign philosophy, but as recovered memory, not as new information, but as recognition of what your heart always knew, but perhaps had forgotten in the rushing complexity of modern life. Tonight, you don't need to remember these teachings perfectly or worry about applying them correctly. They live in you now, like seeds planted in fertile ground, ready to sprout naturally when circumstances call them forth. When life presents you with its empty boats and wild strawberries, with its broken cups and dusty mirrors, you'll know what to do, not because you've memorized instructions, but because you've internalized wisdom. The businessman still rushes past the construction worker in downtown Chicago, But now sometimes he pauses, seeing not an obstacle to his important meeting, but another human being working hard under a difficult sun. The mother still feels frustration when her teenager responds to questions with monosyllables. But now she remembers the empty boat and recognizes the natural need for independence rather than taking the distance personally. The elderly woman still grieves for her husband of 53 years, but she carries her sorrow like a beautiful broken cup, honoring what was precious while accepting what cannot be unchanged. The middle-aged man still faces uncertainty about his career future, but he approaches each day with maybe so openness, trusting that life often knows better than his plans what direction will serve his growth. In hospitals and schools, in offices and kitchens, in quiet moments and busy days, the ancient wisdom moves through ordinary American lives like invisible grace. It doesn't eliminate problems or prevent difficulties, but it transforms how we meet whatever arises with greater skill, deeper compassion, and quieter strength. You are part of this transformation now, carrying forward wisdom that stretches back through countless generations of humans who faced the same fundamental challenges you face. The need to love in a world where everything changes, to find meaning in experiences that sometimes feel chaotic, to maintain hope and kindness even when life delivers experiences you would never have chosen. The stories don't promise that your life will become easy, only that it can become more workable. They don't guarantee that you'll never feel anger, sadness, or confusion, only that you'll have tools for relating to these experiences with greater wisdom. They don't eliminate the human condition, but offer ways to embrace it more fully, to find grace within struggle and meaning within mystery. As you settle into this night's rest, you can let these teachings dissolve into your bones like nourishment, like medicine that works slowly and gently to heal what needs healing and strengthen what needs strengthening. You don't need to carry them as a burden or responsibility, only as gifts that are yours to use when they're needed. Tomorrow will bring its own empty boats and wild strawberries, its own opportunities to practice what you've learned about refusing unwanted gifts and tasting present sweetness. There will be mirrors to clean and cups to appreciate, silences to honor and generosity to offer with wisdom and skill. And in each of these moments, you'll have a choice, not between perfection and failure, not between having all the answers or none of them, but between reacting from old patterns of defensiveness and control, or responding from this deeper place of understanding and grace. The Buddha, the farmers, the teachers, the ordinary people whose stories you've received tonight, they offer you not rules to follow, but invitations to experiment, not dogma to believe, but tools to try, not guarantees about outcomes, but perspectives that create more space around whatever happens. In this space, miracles become possible, not the supernatural kind, but the daily miracles of patience when you expected irritation, understanding when you anticipated judgment, peace when you feared there would only be chaos. Your sleep tonight can be peaceful, not because all your problems have been solved, but because you've remembered something essential about who you are beneath all the problems and solutions, beneath all the success and struggle, beneath all the stories about what your life is supposed to look like. You are awareness itself, temporarily wearing the costume of a particular name and history and set of circumstances. You are the mirror that can reflect anything while being stained by nothing. You are the silence within which all sounds arise and into which they return. You are the space in which thoughts and emotions come and go without defining or limiting who you really are. This understanding doesn't require you to become someone different or achieve some special state of consciousness. It only asks you to remember what was always already true, to stop trying so hard to be someone other than who you actually are beneath all the effort and anxiety. The stories end, but their wisdom continues in you. In how you meet tomorrow's first moment of waking, in how you greet the people you encounter, in how you respond to unexpected challenges and unplanned joys. They live in you now as changed perspective, as gentler responses, as deeper trust in your own capacity to navigate whatever arises with grace. Let your breathing slow and deepen. Let your body sink into whatever supports it. Let your mind release the day's accumulation of thoughts and plans and concerns, trusting that anything truly important will return when you need it. In the vast American night that surrounds you from the Atlantic shores, where dawn will come first to the Pacific coast, where darkness lingers, longest countless others are settling into rest, carrying these same gifts, connected by invisible threads of shared wisdom to everyone who has ever sought and found practical tools for living with an open heart in an uncertain world. You are not alone in your questions or your struggles. You are part of an ancient lineage of seekers who discovered that the answers we need most can't be found in books or teachers or external authorities, but only in the deepening understanding of our own essential nature, only in the growing ability to meet life with presence rather than resistance. Sleep now with the confidence that you carry everything you need, not for perfection, but for peace, not for certainty, but for trust, not for the elimination of all difficulty, but for the grace to dance with whatever partners life offers. The stories rest with you, as close as your breath, as available as your next choice, as eternal as the awareness in which all stories arise and into which they ultimately return. In this awareness, there is nothing to achieve, nothing to become, nothing to prove. There is only this moment, only this breath. Only this gentle invitation to let yourself be exactly what you are, not the small, worried, struggling person that sometimes feels like your only identity, but the vast, peaceful, loving awareness that is your true home. Rest here. You have arrived. You were never really anywhere else. The empty boat drifts on. The strawberry sweetens in the morning sun. The mirror waits patiently to be cleaned. The cup holds tomorrow's tea with perfect readiness for breaking and perfect readiness for service. And you are the awareness in which all these stories dance, the peace in which all struggles resolve, the love that makes all learning possible. Sweet dreams, dear traveler. The journey continues, but tonight, you can finally stop traveling and simply be. In the beginning was the Word, but before the Word was the silence you are returning to now.